$2,259 in loans. Overall impact, considering leverage on total projects, is about $27.68. It gives a little breakdown of what those projects were for. Excuse me. A few of the things that we got coming in the next year or so. On one of our statewide programs, the SBA 504 loan program, we have started offering the Vet Loan Advantage program. This program is for long-term fixed assets, such as real estate equipment. They get some reduced fees on origination fees, as well as some credits on some of the soft costs. And then we have MPILP, or the Meat Poultry Intermediate Lending Program, which we recently changed to Northern Plains Food Infrastructure Plan, or Fund. We originally got $15 million in 2022 from the USDA. This was a grant to Lewis and Clark. We have since loaned that full $15 million out throughout the state. And we were approached last year to take over a $15 million grant from another entity that was not able to loan that money out. So we do currently have $14.6 million for the first go-around. This first go-around is strictly for meat and poultry processors. These funds can be used across the state of North Dakota, as well as into South Dakota, Minnesota, and Montana. These rates on these loans can be as low as 1.5%. It's up to 10 years. That'd be for like equipment, something like that. If we're doing real estate.
What was your interest rates on the other ones for the veterans one?
The one with the vet loan, that is the SBA 504, and that is
standard rate.
It's typically a little bit below market rate. Every month those loans, they're bundled up throughout the nation and they're sold on the bond market. So that changes on a monthly basis. Right now they're just right around 6%. On that NPFIF, if we do real estate, whether it's construction or purchase, or somebody wants to buy an existing shop, we can go up to 30 years, and right now that rate is at 2.5%. So it's a very good rate. So if you have any processors or anybody that's looking to get into processing in the area, just have them contact our office. We'd be glad to help with them. Once those funds revolve, it can basically be used anywhere in the food chain except for retail, and so it can't be done with a grocery store or a restaurant, and it can't be on the ag side like a feedlot or something like that. So it can't be done with anything like that.
Can it be used for improvements?
Yes. Yep. Upgrading equipment. We recently did one in Minot. It was all equipment. Which our new meat shop up in Minot. So that one 10-year loan, so we got 1.5% for 10 years. So definitely a good program. For more of our regional programs, we have started expanding our staff. We hired a resource development specialist, Mike Gear. He works with the businesses in the cities and counties. So if you're looking for grants, low interest loans, reach out to him. He's there to work with the cities and counties to find those programs. And the next item we have, with the big beautiful bill that passed, there was some cuts to Medicaid and Medicare. And so the state legislature put in that rural health transformation plan. Currently there's 2 grants that are open for rural hospital clinical equipment. This program is designed to help rural hospitals across the state strengthen their healthcare services by providing approximately $40 million statewide for upgrading their clinical equipment. So MRIs, CTs, any imaging equipment, stuff like that. Overall goal is simple: keep the care closer to home, reducing long distance travel for patients, improve faster diagnostics and treatment. This application is closed as of June 30th, 2026, 5 o'clock Central Time.
June what? June when?
June 30th. And the next grant is the Suicide Intervention in Health Systems. This grant is open through June 12th, so coming close. It's not simply about hiring hiring counselors or expanding individual services. So transforming the healthcare system so that suicide prevention becomes an organizational responsibility. Any questions on either of these programs or anything with that rural health transformation, you can contact Nicole Pavlicek. Her phone number is 701-483-4545. And then the county dues, this year we reduced them to 1.25 due to the limitations that were put in place with the state legislature on property taxes.
That's a max, 1.25.
That's the 0.125. It was, prior to 2018, it was 0.2, and then in 2019, we reduced it to 0.15 mils. We need these funds to offer these cities and counties the technical assistance on these grants. So those are our good funds. And then the last item I do have here, Delaware County did participate in the regional livestock study. So I have a public one. This is for the general public. And then a private one here. This is for commissioners and any planners. And then this is also on the flash drive.
You enjoyed that? Okay.
Any questions for me?
Not right now, I don't.
Yep.
You guys, questions for him?
Was there a cutoff on the the food security one, like your packing plants and stuff? What's the cutoff on that one?
Once those funds are gone. But then they revolve, and we're still going to do below market rate on this.
Okay.
Once they revolve.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you,
Okay,
guys.
thank you.
Have a great day.
Let's go down to the bottom for a minute. Portfolio reports. Brad or Lee?
The only thing from Weed Board, Rick is back with us and full force. So Rick will be with us for a while. He was thinking about retiring, but he's going to hang in there with us.
That's not the weed board, that's the NDSU.
Or for the
So, extension.
extension service.
There you go.
Okay. That's all I have to report.
Brad, you got anything on your New Year's?
Just, which we'll address that later with Applied Digital as far as update on the roads, but
Okay.
other than that, no.
Judy, Historical Society request?
Could I ask you guys to speak a little louder and turn the volume up, please?
Sure.
Because we can't hear you back there very good.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm with the Oliver County Historical Society, and the county has paid for our electricity for many years, and we'd like to thank you very much. But at this point, in 2010, we added addition to the north of the building, but we didn't put a heater in. And our items are getting rusty, and paperwork is getting a little,
Deteriorating.
yeah. So, we started looking for an electrician last year and couldn't find one, and this year we found one. So he's coming tomorrow to put the heater in. And we don't know how much that added heat will do to the electricity, but it's not gonna be kept as warm as the other building. So we're taking a guess at maybe $100 a month. And we'd like to know if you are willing to give us that. And
What do we pay now approximately? Do we know?
I don't have it.
I'd have to, it depends on the month, and it depends
Yeah.
on how cold it is and whatever, so the MDU bill and Linda breaks it down. So, summer months, if the AC is running, it just kind of depends on how all that goes. Probably a couple $100, maybe a little bit more.
So this isn't going to be that much more then.
Who knows?
Do we have the cost of what the heaters? What's going to cost to install a heater?
Yeah, the bill is like $5,000.
And the Historical Society is paying that
Paying
portion?
that.
Yes, we're only asking money for the electricity. Yeah, we had two bills. One was 9,000 and something, and one was 5,000.
Is that side insulated
It's got foam spray.
Spray
on the
foam?
roof and the walls.
and the walls?
Yeah.
So it sounds like it's well insulated.
But if we don't get money, we are willing to add to part of it. And we would write a check to you because it's under your name for the electricity. You know, and we can apply for grants or go to different companies and ask for money for it.
Do you know the square footage between the two sides? Are they approximately the same size?
Yeah, they are. They
So
are.
we'd basically be doubling whatever our electrical is now.
I think
We'd have
we
a
have an
breakdown
obligation
now.
to cover the
The-
Historical Society costs.
The Historical Society gets a part of a levy. The max amount by state law is 0.25. That's the highest that they can levy. So depending on what a mill is worth, right now it's like this last year was like 16,400. So they get roughly $4,000 for the 0.25 of a mill. If the mill goes up, that dollar amount goes up a little bit. But there's also the added money from
Donations.
some of the utilities that so like when the wind money comes in, the utility dollars that we get from the state are on top of the money we get for the property tax. It's a property tax, but it's only a tiny bit more, but it's based on the levy. And the max that we can ask for is 0.25. And
Okay.
we've always been at that, so.
So you're just asking us to pay the extra electrical for
Yeah,
that's what you're asking for.
Yeah, we've got money for the
For the furnace.
installment and all
I would
that.
make a motion to pay the additional electrical charge to heat the building.
I will second that motion.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carried.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
We
Judy.
appreciate it.
Minnesota Power DC structure upgrade.
So I got a letter in the mail. Just a really big packet. Basically, it's a project review. I think Kyle is here and
Yeah.
can maybe explain it better than I do. I only have one copy because it's a big packet.
Yeah, good afternoon, Kyle Larson from Minnesota Power. Within that packet, there's, I think, first two pages are pictures, after the explanation. There's two structures within Oliver County, Structure 40 and Structure 53. Basically, when we start at Milton Young Station, that's Structure 1, and we start working out from there. And what it is in association with our DC converter stations that we're rebuilding right now, we're upgrading the capacity. So we need to maintain a ground clearance to raise that capacity to 900 megawatts. And there's structures identified down the line that we're doing. 33 structures are identified. They're generally moving about within 50 feet of the existing structure location. We're putting up a new one, removing the old. So that's the extensive construction.
So you'll be under the same line.
Same right of way, same line. We're just
You're not going to the side, you're just moving back and
Correct.
forth.
In
Okay.
parallel, or
In
parallel
not
with-
parallel, but in line with it. Okay.
Yeah, both of these structures that are shown are tangent, so they're inline structures that we're raising the height. I don't have the exact height that we're going up, but generally it's 10 to 15 feet taller.
And that's registered with the FAA.
It does not have to be registered at the FAA until it is over 199 feet.
Which you're not gonna reach.
We're not. These
Okay.
structures run roughly 90 feet tall.
Oh,
Existing are 65 to 70, and is the average from 75 foot. The existing aluminum lattice towers that are there will be replaced with your traditional more monopole steel that's direct buried in the ground. It's a rusty looking steel poles like you see in the area. that
On the line, okay.
It's kind of more informational that we're gonna be in the area. We gotta work with the landowners. We have to do environmental assessments to make sure that there's no plant or cultural species, anything like that. And then anything that we access, we work with the landowner for the access, how they'd like us to get in there, whether we track down our right of way or go down field road, compensate them for crop damages or access, whatever it be there.
Will these be concreted in then? Will there be a concrete base
They
structure?
will not. They're direct burial in the ground.
They are.
You have a projected start time and completion time?
We're gonna be working on those next summer.
All
Spring,
27.
summertime next year, and one structure, we can get the structure done in generally one day once we're in there. We'll have to use timber matting, composite matting, if the, doesn't support us going in wet ground, whatever. But otherwise, the whole process, from the time we start matting till the time we come out, will be, I'll say, a month's time, probably max, as we try to get ahead, but people on the ground at their site will probably be less than 5 days. But the mats will sit for a little while, and then restore when we're done.
Sure.
So we're currently going out to landowners now. We've reached out
Working
to
with them.
already for initial surveys and everything that's there.
So your permit requirements,
There's no
there
permit
is none.
required. This is part of the larger permit through the Public Service Commission.
Good.
So
It's almost a maintenance issue.
it
Good.
generally, this would be a maintenance thing, but because it's tied to a larger project, we're having a little bit more scrutiny on it.
Okay.
So it's more informational for you guys. We don't need a permit or
Okay.
anything that way. It's just if you had questions regarding it or something you want us to address. But that was sent to multiple counties. I think there's a dozen counties or something.
All of them along the line.
But you can see all of them as we go down the line there, just for your tracking and information, what the project entails.
Sure. I don't have any concerns with it.
Yeah, if you guys have anything, or, you know, if you have some more time to page through it, if you have questions, feel free to reach out to me, and be sure to either take you there, address it, whatever we need to do.
Okay.
How are we coming on the road project? How's that?
The road
advancing?
project, the road project that supports the converter station, more engineering promise to have the IFCs by June 12th. We have some county easements that need to be acquired for 32nd Avenue Southwest that Morris brought to your group, I believe, already. And then the other project, that's our AC substation that you guys gave a permit for Nelson
Last
Lake.
year. Yep.
That you see just southeast on 25. We are removing topsoil, roughing in the road, bringing up subgrade right now. We're waiting on a state of North Dakota driveway permit at this time to access off
Oh,
of
for
25.
tie-in.
So at this time, there's no gravel hauling. There was some this week for pipe bedding and stuff there, but there won't be any large scale hauling until we receive that permit
Thank
from
you.
the state of North Dakota.
Can we, when that happens, can we also get road signs put up, trucks entering and exiting on both ends, so the
Absolutely.
public's aware of the,
Yep, we've been, what they've been holding us to is they'll have permit stipulations for standard North Dakota signage, I guess is what they're calling it, for construction activity, but we'll look at permanent signs if it'll be a little longer
okay?
activity.
And then I'll request the same as you, as I'm going to the data center today, that we put in the no Jake brake ordinance, if you can check on that as well.
Yeah, I can
Just
check into
engine
it.
brakes, because there are residents that are living right in that slowdown area. And
For signage as well on that.
yes, because I've been in trucking for 30 years, and I know how some people like their Jake brakes.
Sometimes it's kind of fun, Brad, so.
It is, I know.
But no, understandable, we've had, trying to maintain good relationships with
Yes.
landowners, and appreciate that.
Yes.
You bring it forward.
Okay,
But that's moving along. They estimate that time frame for that road to be about 45 days total, but
okay,
from start to finish here, and we're about 2 weeks in.
okay, sounds great.
So, anything else, guys?
No. Dave?
We also add to it that the gravel trucks are tarped. That we tarp the
Oh.
gravel trucks when
We
you
can make
get
that
a lot of
Yes,
chip windshields.
that
Sure.
would help, yes.
Thank you.
We can do that.
Thanks.
So you guys would take that down meeting notes or something, or as a stipulation, I'll take it back, but Jaden knows how to find me to yell at me, so. No
I don't
problem.
yell.
Those are reasonable requests.
Yes,
So,
okay, and I
no
appreciate you
breaking
just pass them on to your contractors.
Yep, and tarping the loads.
Yes, yes, please.
All right. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, thank you.
YouthWorks funding renewal request.
There is some information in your packet. We have an agreement with YouthWorks. It's an annual, I think it's probably on the very back of the packet there. The last thing.
Last thing in the
They
packet.
sent a letter requesting, funding renewal for 2027. This is if the sheriff's office detains a juvenile and it's not a YCC, they take them to youth works. It's kind of the in between. We're not, it's kind of a, I don't know, like a crisis shelter, out of home placement type thing. We pay roughly $1,800 a year. If we don't pay it, it's $546 per day that this juvenile is being detained, basically. But if we pay our yearly renewal fee, it's $1,800 regardless of how many youth get taken down there. It's a lot cheaper than having to pay them per day.
It's
Less than
something we
4 nights.
need to sign up for, because it's,
Yeah, they're just
It's an
asking us
insurance
to
policy,
renew our
pretty much.
agreement with them. We do it pretty much we do it every year, I think, with them, and then there's the other side of it with, Department of Corrections, but yeah, this is the request that came in, the letter's there, this is showing, the second page is how much they're asking for, they're not asking for an increase this year. It's the same amount we paid last year, which is $1,802, and then, the third page is showing what was used in 2025. We had one
So we did use it.
that was used for 2 days. I mean, that was almost the total cost of what we paid for it, so,
But if it had been double the days, it would have went over.
yeah.
yep.
So, just looking for an okay, and then I'll let them know so they can send us the documentation
Sure.
to do the actual signatures and everything.
Is there a motion to approve?
I will so move.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Auditor Treasurer Conference?
This is more just an FYI. Laura and I will be gone on July 9th and 10th for our annual Auditors Treasurers Conference, which will be held in Bismarck this year. It's a good 2 days worth of training and information and networking with other auditors and treasurers across the state. So just kind of letting you know that that's what's happening. And then on a side note, I will probably be gone the last week of June, pretty much the whole week, because my boys are having tonsillectomies, so,
That sounds like
on the
fun.
same day.
Do we need to post that anyway?
That I'm gonna be gone.
No,
Oh,
that, for this, because you're both gonna be gone?
While Brenda and Linda will likely be in the office while we are gone, so the offices should be open. If they're not, when it has ever happened where one of our offices is closed, we will typically put a sign on the door, and if we don't, it's because we just forgot, but that just means we're not there, so.
Election updates?
Election is next Tuesday. Polls open at 8 a.m. and close at 7 p.m. Absentee ballots are due by 7 p.m. on election day. That's new this year. Postmark does not matter anymore. If there's a postmark on it for the day before election day, doesn't make a difference. That's a new law change, and it was also a Trump executive order, I believe, that's no longer a thing. So if anybody has absentee ballots, they need to get turned in by 7 p.m. on Tuesday, or they will not get counted. We
Supposedly
have
they've been sent to everyone?
absentee
county.
ballots?
Yeah.
No.
Only
We are
anything
no
we're sent?
longer-
Only if requested.
We are no
Yeah.
longer the vote by mail county like we were. That was changed back in December. You guys decided that. So we did not send out applications automatically like we have in the past, because we got maybe 40% back. and it's saved us an awful lot on postage.
So anyone that wants one has to
Anyone that
request it
wants
through,
one has to
through your
request
office?
it, through my office, yes. And it's, I mean, you can come in until 5 PM on Monday, the 8th, to request a ballot. I can't give them out after 5 PM on Monday. At that point, then you just need to come in and vote on election day.
Does every individual have to come and get their own?
There is an agent authorization form, so that person fills it out, signs it, and so say you're bringing your wife's in. She signs it, you sign the bottom saying you're the agent. You can turn that into us and we will give you her ballot because you are the agent authorized to pick that up and give it to her. There's a process for that.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
If you have any more questions, let me know. I'm just kind
I'll
of
find you.
letting you know it's election day next Tuesday, so it's gonna be chaotic in the courthouse here.
Rob,
so.
can we move back up to the Center Community
think so.
Club Gaming?
Sharon?
Afternoon. The Center Community Club is looking to renew their annual gaming license at the Square View Golf Course and the Fairgrounds. So that gaming site authorization is there, and then rental agreements for each location are there as well for you to review. 99.5% of our money is staying in our community. That other 0.5% is going to like Bismarck Cancer Center, Quilts of All, stuff like that.
So,
What all do we
okay,
need to
yeah,
check on
I'm not
this
sure,
one?
there's nothing checked on this one.
Oliver County Fairgrounds.
It should be Calcutta. Does it say other?
I don't think
Brad,
so.
you see it?
Oh, maybe, is your backside? No?
No?
Should be Calcutta on the Fairgrounds one. You want to check that box under poker?
Right here's Calcutta's what they're,
That must be the one she's after.
yeah.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can just mark it.
Oh, you check poker.
Oh, yeah, good thing I did.
Calcutta, that's it?
Calcutta, yeah.
I had to goof it up.
You wanted a poker?
Yeah, that's a gamble.
Probably don't want to go there yet.
No.
Okay, so the fairgrounds is strictly
Strictly for
Calcutta.
Calcutta.
Strictly Calcutta.
And for the golf,
Course.
golf course, you doing that one? Okay.
Should be bingo, pull tabs, electronic tabs, and poker.
Okay,
Okay,
that's right.
check, okay.
And that one's,
That's
And then the
Center
AG
Community
office
Club, but
just
there's
asked us to
none
show
of
you
the,
the rental agreements that we visited with those locations
okay.
on renting the site.
Is there one more there?
Golf course. This is a golf course, and that must be the fairgrounds.
yes.
Okay, then we're good. That one goes with that one.
Any discussion?
Is there a motion to approve or
Is there any
any,
discussion?
is there any discussion?
Okay, then I make a motion to approve the Center Community Club gaming license for the 2 locations.
Is there a second?
I will second that, yes.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Who all needs to sign this, Sharon?
You, as the chairman. I can get them from Jaden tomorrow if that's easier, next week.
Whichever works.
Attorney General. Is that Patrick or?
No, that's the state attorney general.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You're the second line.
Are you here for the escape room too?
Mr. Vitek, yes.
Keith is here for that.
I'll give these to Jade, then she can get them
Yeah,
signed.
and I'll catch up with her. Thanks,
Okay,
Sharon.
thank you, Sharon.
Appreciate it. Committee club appreciates it.
Keith is here for this.
Okay, the escape room, Keith, you're in charge?
Yeah, permission to use that, the other room for escape room, one of Settlers, we've been doing it for what, 2 years now. The meeting room we use.
Right.
And you need it for,
We need it for
Monday?
Friday and Saturday.
all day Friday?
I guess if they can be open till 9, so, but you guys will be here. So if they can be open till 9 on Friday. And then Saturday, if the doors can be open at 8 in the morning. And then that'll go till, I wanna say 7, 8 o'clock. Then too, on Saturday.
Is the sheriff's department, if you help with opening doors on that or locking doors or?
It's an automatic system. I should be able to go into the schedule. I'll talk to the company just to make sure, but I can get them set up like we are during the day here, where it auto unlocks at 8 and auto locks at 4. I should be able to extend the schedule till 9 o'clock for Friday and 8.
Probably, yeah,
From
I'll
9 to 8
find out
on
for sure.
Friday?
Jaden, I'll
Can you
let
get with
know.
Jaden then?
Yeah, cause Abby and, Paige are running the escape room, so I don't know when their last one is, their last room is closed, so. But I will find that out and let you know when we need to.
I should be able to. There's a way to do the scheduling on it just to keep them unlocked for a longer time period. And I just have to make sure that it gets shut off for regular business hours.
Yeah, Friday we need till 9, cause we'll start later on that. But Saturday, I'm sure it'll be earlier. I want to say around 7, 8 o'clock, I think was the last opening for the room, but I will find that out for sure. She didn't give me that.
5 o'clock on Saturday?
Their last one is at 5.
Is it 5 on Saturday? Okay, so 5. So, and it's an hour, so I'd say 6:30, 7, right? Sure. About 7, I would say 7
7 o'clock.
on Saturday. Okay, and then just permission to use the courtyard for Settlers, and we set the tables up, the balloons go up over here, set the tables, chicken lunch, for the picnic tables. And then we'll have a vendor on the street, because we closed the highway on Friday at noon. So that's the only other thing we need permission to set up the courtyard.
So you just, I think we need a motion on
Yeah,
that.
I think, yeah. Is there-
I'll move that we approve the, what do you call it, the escape room, and also approve the kids'
Old Settlers
events
activities.
Yeah.
for the courthouse yard. Okay.
Okay, yeah, it'll be picnic tables and the balloons over there and then whatever else we got.
You're setting the stands up in front too?
Yes,
for the-
there'll be bleachers in front, put them on the street, and then we'll do that cornhole tournament over by where that tree, by that pole is, so yeah,
Okay.
those will be there too. We'll put garbage cans all over the place.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Hi,
Aye. Motion carries.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Sheriff's Department update?
So I don't have anything other than, I'd like to request that we are able to hire a 4th deputy. Because I don't have any other business right now at this time, so.
Do we need to make a motion on looking at a 4th deputy, or at least putting ads out?
The ads will be through Alice with HR, but yes, I think when we opened it last year as an option, we did make a motion to hire a fourth deputy.
Okay.
I would make a motion to advertise and look at hiring a fourth deputy for Oliver County.
Is there a second? How are you coming on your proposal with Applied Digital?
I will second it, but I have discussion on this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen today because there's no permit here, so. Okay.
Sorry, I hope that answers.
Nope, it does.
The wage was budgeted for 26, the 65,000. Obviously, I know there's probably gonna be discussion amongst you, the department and the board as to how you'd like to advertise the wage for. But there was the wage was budgeted. We'd have to,
Do you know what wage was budgeted?
65,000 for annual wage. Because
But that
we
covers
moved-
everything?
Well, because we moved to paying overtime, you know, we had when we only had 4 officers,
Right.
there was that loophole with the labor laws or whatever. Now that we pay overtime, they're based on an hourly wage and not necessarily an annual wage, because we have to factor in the overtime pay as well. So Linda has the breakdown of the hourly wage in there, but the budgeted annual wage for a fourth deputy was left in there last year for 65,000. I think you guys could amend the budget if you need to. Because that would also potentially include your health insurance, whether it's family or single, all of your added, like
Oh, yeah, because you're gonna have health insurance, retirement.
It's
we'll
over
have
100
some-
when you're done.
Have you visited at all with the city on this? I guess my question is if they decided that they want no part of the new deputy, do we have the funding to cover the deputy if they decide to go their own route?
I've not talked to
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter, Lee.
Yeah, it would, because that money, we'll need that money.
They
We're
pay
getting
the
it.
same amount anyways.
They're under contract.
They're under
Right,
a
yeah.
flat fee
And they
contract.
decide not to
It's
pay the
just a
contract, is what I'm saying.
It's not
Right.
based on how many employees, I guess it's just based on a flat
It's
dollar
a flat
amount.
contract.
Yep.
And I think it runs for another 2 years, right?
Next
Year
year,
and a
Well,
half.
it could,
yeah, next year we'll look at renewing.
That's a fair question.
Yep. Is that something we need to table till we get through budget?
I think we need to visit with the city on this, so I would prefer that we table it because I have heard comments that they probably
I don't
would
think-
like to go their own route, but I don't think they've really looked at what the expense would be.
I would
So I
agree
think
with
we
that.
need to discuss it with them and at least keep them informed
Sure.
before we make a decision on that.
I'm comfortable with that.
Can we look at wages and because they did put up a deal together, what it would cost us. We did a couple deputies. We just want to look at that.
That's about what one costs.
Yeah, yeah. Well, but if we did two, you'd be at doubling that number.
Yeah,
So,
then we
But-
really don't have the money.
That's right.
well, and we also would have to discuss wages. I mean, hiring somebody off the street
And we've got
versus,
one at that right now.
right? That's what I mean.
Yeah, I think we should set up a joint meeting. I don't know if we try to have one every year with the city pertaining
probably
to
about
this.
due
And I
anyway.
I
think
can
we,
reach out.
I think we need
I
to
think we did it
meet
in
with
the
them
fall
and-
last year.
and just find out their thoughts.
Well,
And
for this year and,
and I think it's a proper thing to do is to visit with them before we just move ahead.
Looking at one deputy and possibly a second deputy in the near future as well, with all the activity that's coming in.
Yeah, I would say especially if we're gonna have bunch more workers in town for a couple
Yeah.
of projects, so.
Yeah, yeah,
Take a while to hire somebody too, just based
Yeah.
on previous advertisements.
Experience.
that we
yeah. I'm not
put
saying we
I
don't need
know
this,
of
but,
other
Yeah,
companies
we gotta
that
write the check, too.
advertise
Already?
already for up to 2 years already,
Mm-hmm.
and have not had anybody.
so Jaden, you would see if we have a meeting in the near future?
I can reach out to the city to see if they're willing, after the election probably, to see how that, I mean, there'll be a new group in there.
Yeah,
Potentially,
yeah, it could be. That's why I,
yeah.
Well, I don't think we can throw it together in the next 2 days.
No.
no, I understand.
That's not realistic, but yes, I
Okay.
can reach out to the city and see if they're willing to meet with us, you know, within the next month or so.
Okay,
That'll work, Dave?
yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Technically, we've got a motion on the floor. Do you want to, somebody want to move the table this?
We were sending-
Or do you want to rescind it?
Let's just table it for now.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to table it till next meeting.
okay,
Yeah, second that.
okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Where are we out of time? Kenny's not here. Data center updates. Let's go back to the,
He's not going to be here.
well, Kenny's not
He's on
going to be here.
vacation. That's
He
kind of
he said we
covered
could
between-
call him if we had questions.
Okay,
so-
let's go through that then first.
In your packets, I made copies of some of the stuff that he wanted to talk about. I have a copy of the road use agreement that we had with Minnesota Power, because that's the one where we added all of the extra stipulations and, things that we wanted out of the companies that were coming in, so like the road inventory, the maintenance and everything like that. So there's a copy of what we had with Minnesota Power in here.
Okay,
This came up, because with the projects coming in, including the potential data center, if they will be using any county roads, we need to have an agreement with them before they use them.
agreed.
So this is language we have currently, and I guess it would be between the commissioners and whoever's coming in as a company to negotiate if there's something actually we wanted to add in there.
Patrick, have you had a chance to look through that road use agreement?
This is the one
This
that
is-
he looked at last
Yeah,
year.
we've since changed it. Have we not?
This is, that's not the right one. That's the whole, this one is what we have with Minnesota Power.
Right.
That's the one that you updated with the pre, post, mid,
Yep.
inventory, everything. This is the final copy signed, agreed to as of, I think it was last fall already, something like that.
Okay.
This is just an example of what you could have with other companies that come in, unless there's something you want to add. I mean, the one we had before this didn't have nearly as many stipulations or requirements, and we were left in a bind at times.
This has served us very well. We've brought in over $500,000 in enforcing this.
This is the one here? It is the one.
This is more, I think, you know, when Kenny asked me to put it on the agenda, was more of a, when we get a building permit for the data center, or if we get a permit for anything else, we need to talk about getting a road use agreement in place. So, I mean, when Applied Digital, if they submit their building permit, we will need to have a conversation with them on this, because I've been told they'll be using some county roads out in that area. So I don't have any concrete information, but this is just what I've been told, so.
Okay,
So do we have one for the transmission station being built? Has there been one signed yet?
This is the one for the transmission line. This is the
So this
Minnesota
is still
Power
active?
HVDC. This is the one that's in place right now
Okay.
until their project is completely done.
Perfect.
I guess
Yeah.
if Kyle has comments
No,
on
just to
that.
make, just in case you have questions, Brad or something, Kyle
Yeah.
Larson, Minnesota Power. We worked through it with Jaden and past commissioners and current commissioners. Came to an agreement with Patrick that we would do road surveys, based on current conditions, and then with the duration of the projects, have more engineering act on behalf of the county as an inspector, and also that road inventory to make sure that we're maintaining it and keeping up our promises on the
So
road.
was this pre-inspection done already then?
They did a pre-inspection, but we've agreed to upgrade the road for our needs on the road we're using, so more was documented at that time, and then throughout at mid and end.
Perfect.
When project's done, to make sure it's turned back to the county as the same or better condition.
That's the Wilbur Bolt Road you're talking?
Correct.
Yeah.
So,
All right, thank you.
no problem.
So, yeah, just, this is more of a start thinking about it because, you know, I think,
Other projects might come.
yeah, and if nothing else, we send them this current agreement and, you know, so they can look through it.
As a template.
And then go from there.
Highway utility permit?
I have one for Slatton Excavating. It is actually for, the home that was approved at last meeting down on that Bollinger quarter, they're building.
Okay.
This is for the utilities to go in there.
By Yucca
Oh,
School?
yeah, yeah, I know what that's at.
And that's where?
Down by Yucca School, Brad?
Down
By
by,
the where?
Yucca School, Brady Barnhart's living.
Right, okay.
I'll move that we approve the highway permit for Slatton Excavation.
Is there a second?
I will second it.
Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
So we should just,
Wishick disc. Bradley, did
The
you talk
Wishick
to him?
disc, yeah, he talked to me about purchasing it. I don't remember who it's from though.
He told me, but I forgot.
So
It's north of
he-
town.
what is it, first of all?
It's,
He wants to buy a disc to work the shoulders of the road. He's got, it's too big, so they can cut it down, so he's got extra parts. It's heavier than the light-duty stuff we've been using in the past. They'll just use it as a behind a tractor when they're pulling shoulders in to cut the sod lumps up.
Oh,
He told me that it was $4,500 and.
40-something hundred.
Something like that, but a new one or anywhere else you go is like
the-
20 grand.
yes,
So
yes.
this,
A
we're
good
getting a
yeah.
very good deal
Yeah.
on this and apparently it's in very good condition.
That's
Yes.
the impression I got.
I would move to approve it.
I will second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carried. Spray storage room?
Okay, so they had excess weed spray this year, so they're storing it inside of the county shop.
Okay,
They want to put a lean-to on the east side of the building and close it in.
Side.
On the-
Okay.
Yep, on the east side. They'd build that end of the building up a little bit because the grade drops off probably 3 to 4 feet there. So they'd have to build that up, probably put in footings and then just put a small structure on the east side of the building. So it's on the east side of the building, just
Is
south of the main
is
door.
this the shop or the
It's the
storage
shop
building?
For the main building.
Or the
No,
storage,
it's a-
the
it's a
storage
storage
building?
shop.
It's the
The
storage building,
shop.
okay.
The one that has dirt floor in it, not concrete.
Right, okay,
Yep, it's the one that's further to the south.
okay.
Yep. And basically, they just want to put a lean-to it, put a small office in it, and then just have storage so that not everybody has access to those chemicals. Because they need to be locked up on it.
Don't they have to be heated?
Not in,
Yeah, well,
only over the winter months, but
Yes.
maybe they'll still sell it. They're still selling product
They're
now.
still-
yes, yes, and hopefully we don't
Just
have.
a holding area
By
then.
then, but
Containment, is that gonna have a cement floor or just walls?
we would, I think would
Long
be
term?
smart to put a concrete floor in.
I
I
think
know
so.
they purchased those containment bins,
Right.
pallets for them
Yep.
as a
Short-term,
Or short-term
right.
thing. I know that was a thing because Kenny didn't have any down there and he had some chemicals,
Product,
so we
yeah.
got some for compliance.
Yeah,
but-
they're all on storage containers now, so. But he was just hoping to move it out of that building so that he
Nothing-
doesn't have to go there to
He's not
unlock the
liable
door
for
for every single time somebody's in and out of that building.
You're just looking for bids on this, or what?
To get approval to move forward with looking for bids, and
Okay, rough size.
he didn't give me, I would say it's probably gonna be 12 by 20.
Okay,
Would probably be suitable enough to get most everything in, unless you wanna put the sprayers and all that in there as well.
12 by 20, you could put them in over the winter, if the chemical's out.
If the chemical's out, you could put them in over the winter at least. So,
Then you wouldn't have to insulate it.
exactly.
I guess I don't have a problem going ahead and looking for bids. Estimates, whatever you wanna call
I'll
it.
have to get with,
Lead board?
well, I'll talk to Kenny about what and this was kind of his
Yeah,
thoughts. I know both him and Courtney are now certified. So
Yes.
that they can store it at the shop, I think, because before it was a,
no,
yeah,
But the two of them have to lock the building,
correct.
and anytime anybody needs anything
One
out
of
of the
those
building,
two
one
have
of
to go
those
get
two
it.
have to be on site, so he's hoping to get it outside of the main building.
I can reach out to him when he's back from vacation to see what his
Yeah,
thoughts
Okay.
are before we advertise, but if you're good with advertising, then we have the approval to.
Get the bid.
Yeah.
yes.
okay, no, I'm okay with that.
And I'll discuss size with him a little bit more when he gets back, but I would venture to say probably 12 by 20 would
Door
be,
size, cause you'll need roll-up door
need a small roll-up door,
to
yeah.
get a skidder through.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, do we need a motion to get, is there a motion to move forward with getting bids?
I'll make a motion to get bid on spray storage room off the south shop.
Is there a second?
I will second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried. Skaponiak road permits, haul road agreement?
So last fall, the gravel company that was out east, moved equipment in and did not get load pass permits. And they moved them back out and did not get load pass permits, and they moved them back in again this spring, and they didn't. In the packet that I gave you, there's the 4 permits that they submitted after Kenny got a hold of them and said they need a haul road agreement as well for actually hauling, and then told them they need to get load pass permits. These are for the equipment I believe that they hauled in this spring. And then the last page is the list of the permits that we received from them since 2024. The one on there from October of 25. We sent it back to them when they applied for that one because there was a lot of rain and the roads were too wet to haul a load in that heavy. So we sent it back and said, please change your dates. We never heard back from them, and then the system auto defines after X amount of months of inactivity. So they didn't get anything for this excavator that got hauled in or out. And so now Kenny asked me to put this on the agenda because they did give us a haul road agreement to haul gravel in the county for this year. But he said to not do anything until the commissioners kind of get the information that they need regarding not getting load pass permits for these oversized loads for equipment. And they were hauling without a haul road agreement for a while, and then I believe they got shut down.
Yes, the contractor told him not to
Yeah.
bring it until we had discussed it and give him permission to move forward. And I
at
did
this-
talk to Kenny about it before he left, and that was kind
His
of what we
concern?
discussed. Yeah, and I didn't want to just give him permission to move forward without all
Sure.
the commissioners discussing it.
At this point, I mean, we didn't get the permits from last fall when they hauled
Either
in
time.
or hauled out. And then these permits, it looks like are for when they hauled in, possibly this spring.
And that doesn't match the equipment that's there.
Okay. So, This is just information I'm giving you for what comes through our office.
I know.
So I don't personally know what equipment is or is not out there and what was or was not hauled in or out. But we do require load pass permits, and the fact that they didn't get them is,
A problem.
and then this
So,
haul
so
road is
what happens
clearly-
now if they owe this money,
Well, I
and they
think
haven't paid, and they're located out of Minnesota?
that's my understanding is that they're based out of Minnesota.
So Patrick, do we go after them, or what do we do?
Yeah, I mean, it's something I've been trying to get to. You know, this is, as I've said multiple times, this is a part-time position that I have. And over the last 9 months, I've been close to 30 to 40 hours a week, every week on it. So unfortunately, a number of things that I would like to get to, I can't. At some point, the commission, if this role for state's attorney is going to continue to require this amount of work, you may want to consider looking at it being a full-time position at some point. In the meantime, I hear what you're saying. I understand that this is something that needs to be addressed, and it is on my list of things to do. I still have cases I haven't been able to charge out yet because of what we've dealt with over the last 9 months. And so I think that there's a couple of ways you can look at it, having them prospectively moving forward, do all this stuff where they can't do business in Oliver County. I don't think that this haul agreement is necessarily, there's no consequences within it if they fail to comply with it. There's no fines, fees associated with that, which is something that we put in our other road agreement that Jaden was talking about earlier. So
This haul road is what we've done for gravel companies. We have it with the fuel company in Oliver County. It's just basically because they're hauling gravel, fuel, whatever across our roads, they pay X amount for how many trucks that they have. It's nothing for their oversized loads, it's mostly for their gravel trucks, but Kenny was not, didn't want to approve this or say that they could haul gravel without the load pass permits for the heavy equipment that they got. So that's kind of why
So-
we brought it here, so.
So the difference between, I don't know if there's line items on here, permit 822750 for the CAT 352 excavator. That is 2,700, and they got the same CAT excavator on permit T659567. Is it mainly just because of the difference in the mileage
There's a difference in the mileage, and then it's also dependent on the time of the year. If we have like frost restrictions in place or any type of road restrictions, because if you put those on, the permit fees go up. And so like you can see these ones for May were like $50, and a lot of them are what came in and they were, a little bit more than that. It depends on the time of the year and how many miles they go. So I think with the excavator in particular, the one is 13 miles and the other one was only 3 miles, because I think they were going to haul it in on the Hensler Road in October. And they got it for that whole stretch to where they were going, and then this one was only from 25 in.
Down.
So that would be the main difference why.
Rob, do you know the difference in the equipment they have and what they ask for permits for? Are we talking 2 pieces of equipment, 10 pieces of
But
equipment?
there's only 4 units in there now. It was their whole crushing plant that came in last fall and left, and nothing was paid on that.
Did that same crushing unit back now?
No,
So, okay.
no.
So they're
done. In fact, they started reclaiming. That's why they brought equipment in this spring,
to reclaim.
to reclaim.
Okay.
Yeah, and we got the rock pressure, looks like it came in February of 24 and went out in June of 24. But I don't know if it ever came back in last fall.
See, that equipment came in and out twice in 24.
Okay, so then we only got it for in and then out.
Yeah, and it rotated through twice.
So we were missing permits a couple of times then.
So my suggestion would be that they get their permits all paid up, all their fees paid up, in order for us to give them permission to continue hauling. They might just offer to pay it and be done with it
that might be
versus
a
take a
real
legal
simple
action.
Yeah, it might be a real simple action. You know, the issue with taking legal action with it is we're still within the statute of limitations, so it certainly could be done.
Okay.
It is a very intensive process to do a civil action, which I don't think most people understand the amount of work that goes into to do that. And so if it can be resolved with a simplistic measure like that, I would encourage that. If that's not
Is that something we can put together, Jaden? What they're totally missing in their permits, cost-wise?
The cost is assessed by the load pass permit system. That's not something that our office does. And it's obviously, like I said, it's based on the time
Based
of
on
the
the
year.
time of year, yeah.
So if they hauled it in when we had frost restrictions, the permit fee would be significantly higher than what it is as of, you know, last week, where it's $50 to haul some of this stuff in because there's no restrictions in place. It's 3 miles.
Right.
It's based on the weight, it's based on how many axles are on the trucks that are hauling it in. There's not a way that I can do that because it's all through that system that we have a contract with. So they would have to actually submit a permit for each piece of equipment,
That's already been hauled.
you know, 2, 3, 4 times in order for us to get the money for each time that they haul in without getting a permit.
Now, does this money, is this divided in the program? That's 100% our money that they pay, or some goes to the state? Some
None
goes
of
to
it
this
goes to
program?
the state. A very small percentage goes to the load pass system. I would say we get a big majority of it.
Well, I guess kind of what I'm saying is if we tell them, hey, you gotta pay 10,000, 15,000, we have to make sure wherever else gets a cut of that, gets their portion of it, or we'd be in violation for them then.
No, I asked them what we do, I think it was 2 years ago when this kind of first started. I said, what do we do if they don't get a permit? I said, do you have a system that does? No, it's up to the county how we handle this. If they don't get a load pass permit and we catch them doing, you know, whatever, hauling an oversized load, X amount of miles, that is up to the county to go after them to either make them get a permit through load pass or we fine them or however we need to handle it.
So they would only have to pay load permit pass if they actually issued one. So we would only owe them money if they issued permits.
Right, and
Okay.
we don't, they take their cut off the top of each of these permits because it's through their online system. So anything that the county goes after a company for, that's the county going after them for not getting a permit. They're not an enforcement permitting system, it's just
Bookkeeping.
this is a way for us to actually get permits for loads that go through the county, where before we had this, it was a paper permit, and I think we would be lucky to get permits half the time,
So if I have the other 2 commissioners' permission, I will go meet with him and see if we can come to some type of an agreement on,
I'll get you his phone number.
okay,
I've got his phone number.
okay. And then I can move forward with getting some type of dollar amount for the permits they did not get before they move forward with any more hauling.
Good, works.
Patty's not back.
I can text her.
Do you want me to send that to Jaden and she can relay it to you guys? Or do we?
Hang on, I'll get you his number here before I forget it.
Okay.
I might have it too, possibly.
Well, I just don't, if they agree to it, I'm sure they're gonna wanna agree to it, pay it, and start hauling the next day.
Yes, ma'am?
No, I was just wondering if it was my turn.
Your turn.
But I guess what I'm asking is, I mean, are you guys okay with I set the permit amounts and,
Well, the
do what's fair?
permit amounts are set, but there needs to be consequences to hauling that stuff in and out without saying
Right.
anything.
right? But I
Well, and I
mean,
think the state has it that there's oversized fees if they're over X amount of a weight. There's an dollar amount that
Yes,
gets applied to
yep.
that above the base rate of a permit.
there is,
And if you need dates, Mr. Hilliard's got that.
does, okay. Okay,
of the infractions from last year, yes.
perfect. And Dave would have those? Then I'll put that together and I'll give it to Jaden and she can send it to the two of you in an email. We can make approval from there.
That'll work.
Hey, Rob.
Yep,
Dave Berger, Oliver County. So I think there's two companies that aren't gonna let them haul for them in the county until they do get the permits.
That's correct.
So that'll work with what Brad's doing, and those two counties are represented, or those two businesses are represented, so I think that's a plus,
yeah.
because they've done this in the past 100 times.
I know, I agree, Dave. We gotta fix this. Mrs. Kepke,
Yes.
oh wait, we're done with that. New home exemption.
Yep. I just have Craig Galb, I don't know how to say his name. I think it's Gabi. Gabi. We have a new home exemption. I believe we had one earlier this year. If somebody builds a home, we allow for the first two tax years to take $150,000 off their true and full value, kind of help with their tax. Alleviate some of that tax burden. So he applied for it. His home is already in, but I told him since we're past the deadline, we'll do it for I would request the 27-28 tax season. Because 26 is already good. So
When was the house built?
this year.
It was built
moved
in
in.
26.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep. So I'm requesting that we approve his new home exemption of $150,000 taken off the true and full value for the tax years of 27 and 28.
When was the deadline for 26?
This, like February, because our assessments are February 1st, so.
Okay.
Like I haven't even assessed his house because it's past that deadline, so.
I would make a motion to approve it.
Is there a second?
I will second that motion.
All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Aye, motion carried. Building permits?
Thanks again, Patty.
Oh, I'm coming back, I'm here.
Oh, you still here for
I'm
the
here,
rest
I'm
of
still
them?
here, I'm still here. Okay, so our first one is building permit for Kurt Swenson and Agate addition.
You guys have copies of it?
Yep, all of them, all the permits that we are discussing tonight have been approved by planning and zoning. No issues or conditions have been applied. So Kurt Swenson is looking to build, shop, equipment storage,
Sorry about that.
74 by 48.
So it's pole barn on top of
Yeah.
concrete pillars, the way it's looking. Concrete floor. No farming.
can we go through all of these and then just
Make one
joint
blanket.
motion to?
You can't, you have to make a motion for
each
each
one
one, but
is
if you
required.
guys want to take some time to look through them, certainly we can do that. And then we'll just do each one
Okay.
and just get through, so.
Well, I've looked through 1088. I would make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. 1089.
Yep, last year, I moved that we approved 1089 for Ritter.
Maybe just do it in here, yeah?
Okay.
And this is just an addition plus garage, plus garage.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Kenny Rude,
You
Just
rude.
deny that.
Just a simple one.
that's a what?
I will approve 1090 for Kenny Rude's shed he's building, a small shed.
Just storage shed, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second that motion.
Second by Brad. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Dennis Elber storage shed.
Ten by 24.
And he gave me, and should be within the permit, like, it looks like this. Like, it's a pretty basic.
It's already
storage shed.
pre-built, it's
Yeah.
just moving it in.
Yeah.
I will move to approve the Dennis Albert's storage shed.
I'll second that one as well.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Jonathan Dagley for a shop.
That's a steel structure, that
Yep.
one. No plumbing.
He'll be using it for egg purposes.
I'll make a motion to approve that one.
I will second that one.
All in favor, say aye.
1092.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Lee Hankey.
Oh, he's doing a big shop.
Yeah, that's
And
good
his
size.
will be agricultural as well.
Steel framing. Did he have plumbing in that one at all, do you know?
1090 still.
No
He
more.
said he might
plumbing,
be,
no.
so he
Did yours
marked
mark
it.
no plumbing?
Yeah. No. It's a,
He wants to do heating, but no,
Using existing well.
Yeah, but then he would have plumbing then, wouldn't it?
He said he might. He's unsure. I said he needed to call Western Plains to make sure that it was okay, so.
Okay.
I move that we approve the job for Lee Hankey.
I'll second that with the condition he gets approval from,
The water people.
yes.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Wind Energy Facilities Amendment.
this one you guys have, the board did vote no. To approve
They
the,
tabled it from the last meeting.
that one?
The wind energy 1 mile, this is the one that was tabled from your guys' last meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
I
that's right.
tabled it here,
Yeah.
but it was denied
It
through
was a
planning and
split,
zoning.
what was it, like 3 to
3 to 2.
2
To,
to 2?
It was actually recommended to not approve.
to not approve, correct.
Can we open discussion on this one? I
Go
would
ahead.
like to move to have Nextera address the land owner letter that was sent out prior to us.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, so I think it was 2 days ago
Roughly.
that I got a phone call from a citizen who informed me that he and other people have received letters from Nextera, right? Nextera.
Yep, right.
Informing them that absent, I don't want to misspeak here because it's been a while since I looked at the letter. I got it on a text message on my phone. But the corpus of the letter, the basis of the letter is, please don't go anywhere near your wind turbines on your land without someone from us being there. And the letter as I read it was 150 feet right? So each blade is what, 100 and, I'm sorry? 180 feet, right? So without getting into what agreements people may have with it, this private, I have deep concerns about our landowners getting letters from these wind turbines. Don't go near these wind turbines without our permission. Well, we got farmers, we got ranchers, we got kids, we got all kinds of things going on here. And so it was, as soon as I heard this, I got the information from the citizen that I spoke with, and I asked that person to please verify whether other people had gotten the same letter, because I was concerned that it might be a scam, right? Or it might be, could be anything. So I've learned that it's more than one person, it's multiple people. So then I called the attorney for NextEra and had a conversation with her, and I said, look, you need to explain this. Like, regardless of whether you have a private contract with these people or not, I don't care. What is this letter about? So she said she had no idea. So I asked her to please tell me before this hearing this meeting, excuse me, what is going on. I talked with her again today, and she said she had very limited information, but she said somebody from NextEra would be here today to discuss that. So I have very serious concerns. I welcome anybody that's here that has something to say about this. I would like to hear it, and I certainly welcome anyone from NextEra that's here to talk about it. I have very limited options as to what I can do without the information. And if there's a legitimate reason why these letters have been sent out, that there's a real danger, I want to know about it. And I want all you to know about it. So here's the problem. I have next to no information about it, and I would like permission, if I could, to take some comments from people that are being affected by this. Is that okay?
Fine. Yes.
Okay. Who wants to address this? Because I'm as much, you don't need a card. I'm as much in the dark about this as you are. And if there's anything that my office can do to help you, I will. But I need to know what we're talking about here. So please let me know.
I'm Katie Simon. I guess what I would, just to rephrase what Patrick said, it says, unless appropriate arrangements are made, you can't go within 150 feet of your wind turbine. And I guess a little bit we did end up calling them, and they have not seen the letter, so they assumed it was just to stop, because I did have somebody out there working. They assumed it was just to stop the blade from turning while people are present. But that's what they told us. They had not seen a copy of the letter. And so I guess with my comment card, if I can piggyback on that a little bit, this 1 mile setback thing is hindering their business, right? That's the case they're making. But to have to contact somebody every time I need to check my cows, crop check, every time somebody's out there to spray weeds, which, by the way, their contracted weed sprayer was spraying around tower bases yesterday and they were still turning. So what's good for me is not good for the situation, like.
Sure.
And so I guess that's my confliction with the 1 mile setback then too. They want me to hinder my business to doing it continually, or when it's right for me, or.
And we'll have the discussion about the 1 mile setback.
Yep.
I don't want to
So
prevent
that's
you
what
from
I-
talking. What I'm
Yeah, and
deeply
that's-
concerned about here is that this letter apparently went out overnight with no explanation behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And
And the people you call they have
right.
no.
And even their
idea what
attorney
letter
claims that they know next to nothing about it. And so, like, that doesn't make me very happy to hear. You know, was there anything else you wanted to add? I didn't mean to.
No, like I said, I wanted to just clarify that it says, accordingly, we are advising you, unless you make appropriate arrangements from the details below, to stay away and have your family members, tenants, and invitees stay at least 150 feet away from the base of the turbine. Which, I mean, that's fine, but if you've got somebody contracted to come spray or spread fertilizer, or they're supposed to call you every time, like, that's something that as a farmer rancher situation, like, you go when you can.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
there's just no explanation there, and I find it deeply troubling, and I would like an explanation from NextEra as to why they think that it's appropriate to send a letter like that out without an explanation and what this is all about. But before you do, I wanted to give anyone else that's a citizen an opportunity to.
I would just speak from I work for a farmer.
Could you come on up? I can't.
I work for a farmer, you know, who is a tenant on many fields that have farm ground. And at the time they were put in, we were promised we could farm right up to the road. And there's literally 15-foot pad of gravel around the towers.
Sure.
And I mean, we farm up to them within feet of their little pad and their electrical box and all that. And just a complaint, in addition to that, we do seed right up to the road. And this last year, they come in and they spray 20 feet off both sides. So they probably take out an acre of crop when they spray that road every time they come in. So it is not me personally, but I work for somebody who's affected. I see it every day.
Okay.
And then also when they come in and work on the tower, we had to till up 5 acres and till the road because the road was undrivable.
Really?
And we have to cross that road with 40-foot air seeders. We had to Wishick disc the road because they come in with loaded trucks and their cranes and all their stuff, and they just left it a disaster. And so I'm just telling you that there are a lot of issues that they come in and they go as they please. They don't ever address issues. And as landowners, we have to address those issues on our own dollar and our own dime.
Yeah, and that's frustrating. You know, that's sometimes the difficulties of having these private contracts with them. I know how frustrating that is. I'm glad that you're telling me about this. Does anyone else have anything to add?
I will.
Go ahead.
Good day, Nancy Amanoff. Thank you for letting us speak. I appreciate it. I have great concerns, just like you do, Pat.
Okay.
All of a sudden, UPS delivers this.
Oh, let me stop you for just a second. My understanding is this is only for the wind farm for people, right?
Yes, I contacted people in Oliver 1
Yeah.
and 2, they did not receive the letter. I have only confirmed a letter was received in Oliver 4.
So just the Oliver
Just
4.
Oliver 4.
Just those turbines we got to be scared of, right? Just
Yeah.
those, not the other ones. Okay, go ahead, Nancy.
That's the letter I got with just said Oliver County. I mean, Oliver Wind Farm. And I'm like, what's up with this? Are windmills blowing up and blades coming off? I mean, what's going on? So anyway, because I couldn't get any answers either, so I'm glad that you're going to look into this.
Well, I'll do what I can, but I'm
Okay.
more interested in hearing an explanation, but I want you guys' voices to be heard about
Well,
this.
I would agree with, we're kind of limited now because, you're planting crops, and so now when they go to harvest, because they've already planted, windmills are turning, so, geez Louise.
Well, I mean, unless they can give me a reason why they're saying this other than to inconvenience our folks that have leases with
Well,
them.
and then who's at the liability side is what I want to know, is what if I
Well-
put up a sign that, I mean, should they give me signs so I can go around and post them on my fence, or could they put up a big sticker on their tower that says, stay back 150 feet, call this number if you need access? I mean, those would be really nice safety regulations, because what if some bozo comes in there and doesn't really know that
Sure.
they're supposed to, because they're spraying for somebody else, and they have no idea that they should be.
Yeah, I just think it's common sense. It's like, okay, so it's such
Well-
an emergency that we have to overnight it, but we're not gonna tell anyone why. We're not gonna talk to the county about it. And oh, by the way, it's just one of the wind farms. So that's what really bugs me.
And then do we have to plant 150 feet away?
Well, I mean, unless
Because
someone,
then-
unless they can come and explain to
Yeah.
us why, why they think that only the Oliver Wind Farm 4 turbines need to be having this, and what's gonna happen if you don't, that's what I'm curious about. So, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm really glad that you're gonna kind of try to help us figure this out, because I think it's the same. We call and nobody knows left hand, right hand, and
Yeah.
so I was
Are
gonna,
you-
that's what I was gonna ask you
Are
guys.
you from
Did you know
Nextech?
about this?
Let's have him come up and.
Well, is there anyone else that wants to
So
speak
thank
on
you for
this?
hearing me.
Anybody else? All right, let's hear it.
Hey, good afternoon. Alex Vineyard, here to address the letter that was sent out for the
Alex, what was your last name?
Vineyard,
And your role with Nextera?
General Manager, Operations. So to address the letter that was sent out to landowners regarding the Oliver 4 project, I'll start with safety as our top priority. they're working on making repairs and remedy the concern that was outlined in the letter that was sent, and also provide some context to what that concern was. Specifically, there is certain bolts that we've identified could come loose or break that would cause the turbine to stop. Those bolts will either remain in the turbine until a repair can be made, or potentially have the risk of falling down to the ground. In the instances where we've seen the bolts fall to the ground, they've all fallen in the intermediate area of the turbine base. Each blade has 92 bolts that connects it to the turbine, so 92 for all three. This specific problem does not concern all of the bolts, it's just certain bolts that we found some issues on. Specifically with the Oliver 4 project, we've had one bolt come loose since the installation of the project and did not fall to the ground. It remained in the turbine until a repair can be made. The notification that was sent is sent out of an abundance of caution, notified that 150 feet is a safe distance. We'd like people to stay away while they're online until repairs can be made, in which we'll notify the landowners again that the repairs have been made.
Are you going to compensate the landowners for this?
If there is any land lost, then we'll deal with that as normal through.
What about their ability to use the land and enjoy it as they see fit?
We do not intend for any to disrupt any activities with their land use.
So then they can go ahead and go wherever they want then?
The letter outlines a process that if they need to access inside that 150-foot area, phone number for them to call or remote operation.
Do you have someone on call 24/7
Yes, we do.
in Oliver County? How many people?
They're not in Oliver County. We have a remote operation.
And where's that located at?
At our headquarters
And that's where?
in Florida.
In Florida. So you're saying to our citizens, don't go within 150 feet of the turbine that we placed on your land and entered into contracts with you. You're saying don't go near that until we say it's okay. But if you want to go near it, call somebody in Florida and maybe we'll have somebody come up there and help you. That's what you're saying? That's your solution?
No, sir. If they call the phone number, like was demonstrated, as mentioned earlier today, we had this demonstrated this week that this process was safe and effective. There was an activity planned underneath a turbine within that 150 foot. They called the phone number we listed in the letter that was sent out. The turbine was shut down. They were able to proceed with that activity, and then they called us after they were done and we remotely restored the turbine.
So why are people calling this number and being told that they don't know what the letter is for?
I can't speak to that.
Okay,
Here to provide-
so I'm assuming this is going to be fixed in the next 5 days, right?
I don't have a timeline for it. We're working as quickly and safely as possible.
What does that mean?
We're working as quickly and safely as possible. We're up against equipment delays to make the repairs.
So do you think that you're in breach of your contract by prohibiting people from being able to use their land because you've issued this vague warning, don't go within 150 feet unless you call Steve down in Florida?
We're recommending and asking them to ensure safety of our teammates and the landowners, that if they plan to do activities within 150 feet of the turbine, call us. We will shut it down as long as we need to. And when you're done, please call us back and we'll turn it back online.
Okay, but your letter didn't say any of that. Your letter just said, don't go near it without contacting us first. So maybe you should have done a decent job of communicating with the people you have contracts with that also happen to be citizens of Oliver County, that also happen to look at the government to like protect them from this stuff. So why don't you go back to the drawing board and contact my office by Monday with an actual plan on how this is going to be fixed, okay? And when it's going to be fixed. That's my suggestion to you. Yes?
Just a question that I don't specifically know the answer. How big is your guys' easement? Is it even legal for you to keep us 150 feet back?
I don't know. I haven't seen the contract and I don't know what the easement is. I'm told it's like 25 feet, but
25 feet on each side of the road, and I believe it's 10 or 12 feet on each side of the collection line. And it does,
An advisory would be better than a restriction, just from my
right.
process.
But I don't think they can restrict you from that, so it begs the question, under what authority are you telling people not to do this?
and it takes, I understand a minimum of 15 minutes for them to shut that tower off. So somebody's house get out by the time that 15 minutes
Yep.
is up.
Yeah.
You're done.
I think I would strongly advise you to talk to whomever you need to talk to and have an answer from my office by 5 p.m. Central Standard Time on Monday. I don't want to, we're doing the best we can. I want a damn solution to this problem so that I can report back to these people that they can be safe on their land and not have to deal with this. Am I making myself
We
clear?
can take that back, and again, to remind the room, it's out of an abundance of caution, we're not restricting any land usage. We're recommending to keep the safety of our landowners and anyone that may be within the area of the turbine, including our teammates, that we will shut turbines down before you approach it within that 150.
Look, man, that's really nice corporate speak, and I know it because I speak it myself. I want an answer, and I want it by the end of Monday.
Was there something I didn't answer?
Yeah. When is it gonna be fixed?
And again, if I had that timeline I provided, we.
I suggest you
communicate
find out.
Yeah, as fast as possible.
Yep. As long as fast as possible is by the end of Monday, I will be pleased. I mean, you guys have millions and millions of dollars invested into this, hundreds of millions of dollars, and you can't tell me when you can get repair crews up here to fix something that's so important that you're telling landowners who have a lease with you not to go within 150 feet of their turbine. And oh, by the way, there's nobody up here to deal with it, so they have to call Florida. Like, I hope you understand how ridiculous that sounds.
As soon as they call that phone number, we have turbines shut down as soon as we can. There should not be.
Are you remote shutting the turbines
Yes.
down, or
And
is
it's
this somebody in?
24/7, we have people available to do that.
Okay, but that doesn't fix the problem. So, go back to your people, work with me here, don't make me find a reason to do something else about this. I'm being reasonable. I want an answer by the end of Friday. Make it happen.
Take that back.
End of Monday, excuse me.
So have you had any bolts on the towers here that we have in Oliver County? Do you have any issues with any of the bolts right now?
Like I mentioned, since installation, we had one come loose. It did not.
In one of these towers?
Yes, in Oliver 4. It did not fall to the ground. It remained in the turbine. We made a repair on that single bolt, and now we're working on going through all the turbines so repairs can be made.
Who'd you notify? Did you notify our emergency management people? Because isn't that part of the contract that you have that you're required to, within a certain period of time, notify?
This was a specific turbine fault. Nothing fell to the ground. There was no catastrophic damage, so it fall within the ordinance
Okay.
you're talking about.
All right. Fix your wind turbines. Give me a time frame for that to happen. It's not a difficult ask. You guys have lots and lots of resources that we don't have. Figure it out.
How many wind turbines are we talking? Like 2,000?
Are you,
On all of
so
the
are
four
you
projects?
inspecting all the bolts in the turbines now?
Yes, inspections have been increased, and like I mentioned, repairs will be made on all the bolts proactively. We only had one come loose. Nothing has failed.
Have you had any that have fallen to the ground in other locations?
I cannot speak to the other locations. Well, excuse me, yes, we have had them and where they build the immediate base, but Oliver 4 is what I'm familiar with, and we have not had any fault.
And those are the only, how about Oliver 3, that's the same
They are not
size tower? It's not affected?
It's just certain bolts that we've identified that we're going to be making the repairs on.
Okay. And you don't have a time frame on the
73 are in
repairs?
Oliver
73,000 or?
4. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
How many of the towers have been inspected as of now?
They are continually inspected.
Should they be spinning while you're doing your inspection? Like,
No.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. How are they continuously inspected if you don't have anyone up here to inspect them?
We have local teams that routinely visit the turbines.
How often is routinely?
There's 73 turbines and there's 6 teammates there. So we have a schedule where they go do preventative maintenance and they inspect.
What's your schedule of preventative maintenance?
I cannot speak about preventative maintenance schedule for each turbine.
So
time
you
they
guys
visit
have 73 towers and all these people that you pay money to and all the money that you make, and you can't tell me how often people are continuously monitoring this. You have
Every time they visit the equipment in that location, they're inspecting those bolts.
how many times do they visit that equipment in that location
I
per
don't
week?
have the maintenance records in front of me to tell you.
Okay, so probably once a month at most.
I couldn't tell you that answer.
Okay, I'd like those answers too. That should be very easy. So I hope you understand what I'm asking you to do, because I really, really don't want to have to look into this more in depth. Okay?
Yep. Any other questions?
I guess that was kind of my question too. You got 73 towers and 6 people. You should be able to inspect 1 or 2 a day?
Oh, we're visiting more than 1 to 2 a day, yes. And whether
So-
we inspected last week or there again this week, we're always inspecting them when we're at that tower.
Okay, I guess, so if you're able to do 5 towers a day, and you only had 75 towers, it should be simple math, not how many days you would have to complete your,
Yeah, all of them have been inspected at some point.
so they've all already been inspected.
And we will continue to inspect them until they can all be repaired and replaced.
Have you found any other than the
No,
one that's loose?
Just the one that was loose.
So you have 6 people and 73 towers. How long does it take to fix this problem?
Again, I
Maintenance.
don't have the timeline for repair. As soon as we have, we'll share it.
Well, no, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, you've already repaired one, right?
Yes,
How long did that take?
I don't have the approximate.
You're the general manager of operations and you don't know this
I'm gonna
information?
give you an estimate.
Yeah, give me an estimate.
2 hours.
Okay, so let's do the math here. So we have,
Well, how many total towers are there in Oliver County all together?
76, he answered that.
225.
But there's only 76, that's half.
76 divided by 6.
73,
No, you're fine.
Okay, so you have 6 people to handle 76 towers.
73.
73, excuse me. So 73 times 2 is 146. It's a total of 146 man hours. 2 hours per turbine.
That's assuming we use our 6 people. If we don't contract work and get additional supplement.
That might be a really good idea to contract with a lot of people to get this done. It's 2 hours of time. And you expect me and the commissioners to just sit here and go, guys, don't worry about it. Sorry, it's your land. Go be inconvenienced until they get around to it. Figure it out, man. 2 hours of man time to fix this. Get it done. It's not a big ask.
Again, the current weight is on equipment availability. It is not on our ability.
Well, that's the first time you've said that now.
I believe I mentioned earlier. If not, I apologize.
You didn't.
It's on equipment availability that we are waiting so we can start proactively making these repairs.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that you've heard what I said about what I expect to
Yes,
have
sir, I did.
information on. Don't send letters like that without explanations, and don't ask landowners with whom you have contracts to not use their land without a realistic time frame to when they can do so
Just
safely
want to
again.
reiterate, we did not ask anyone to not use their land. We provided instructions.
What's the average person that gets a letter like that going to do? They're going to panic, and they're going to be really afraid and worried and wonder why you're doing that. So, do better.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Alex.
Alex, thank you for your time. So if I remember hearing you correctly, you said there's 92 bolts per blade times 3.
Yes,
So that's 276 bolts.
yes.
Wow. And you think you can do that in 2 hours?
I was given an estimate based on the one we found. This was early installation, and I was not.
2 hours on one bolt.
On one blade?
No,
Or
no.
did you do all the blades?
Just the one bolt we found loose.
You just did one bolt and it took you 2 hours?
Yes, and it's not saying that it's gonna be 2 hours for all 92. That, I did not mean to make that assumption.
So, but you are replacing all 92 per blade?
Not all 92 are affected, just certain bolts that we've identified that will need replaced.
So out of those 92, how many different categories of bolts do we have?
That I'm not aware.
And there are 4 different kinds of bolts, and we're only dealing with just one, so how many bolts are, you're saying there's 92, but you're saying there's not 92 bolts that you're gonna have to fix.
I
Okay.
mentioned that all 92 bolts per blade are gonna be affected by this issue. But there are 92 bolts in total that secure a blade. Certain bolts, and I don't have the breakdown of how many bolts per that 92 are affected.
Can you get us those numbers and we'll move
We can
forward?
work on it.
So we can move forward with our meeting? Thank you.
Thank you.
This one? Well, I needed the agenda one. Here it is.
Wind Energy Facilities Amendment.
Nope, that's not it.
What are your thoughts, guys?
I gotta get all my paperwork in order again.
Yeah, most of them.
Which one are we on?
Yep,
When the energy.
I think pretty much all of them. Do we want to do these now? That's pretty much all what they're
I-
relating
I-
to.
I think that would be our best move right now is to have the
Personal comments?
comments, yes.
And we have 11 of them?
I think that's right, Brad.
Oh,
Yeah, well,
Somebody got a
forward with
timer?
those.
I bet timer.
Jonathan?
I just wanted to speak in approval.
Can
for
you-
mile setback.
Jonathan, can you state your name and where you're from?
Jonathan Dagley, South Oliver County.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm in support of the 1 mile setback. I think it's reasonable. The people that close have equal effect as the people who own the towers. There's safety concerns. We had a tower go down 1.25 miles from our house. Literally fiberglass pieces like this everywhere. It smelled like a chemical factory 2 days after it went down, just out on the prairie. So there's a safety factor involved, as well as people are affected. We live in the country for a reason. I personally don't care to look at them. They're heavily subsidized. We keep preaching, we need the money, we need the money. You're pushing the data farm. Choose, give us a little slack, else we're really gonna push back. Okay? That's where I stand on it. I think people that are affected by it should have equal payment, they should have leverage, even if a tower is not on their facility, because as a unit, it is a facility structure.
Mr. Berger?
Hey, Nathan.
Dave?
Can I ask Nathan a question?
Go ahead, yep.
Nathan, the tower that went...
Jonathan.
Yep. The tower that went down, was that the one that went down here a couple years ago and the tornado went through?
Last summer.
Was it last summer?
Yeah, it was about, and these are approximations, an 1/8 mile on the Morton County side. I live a mile north of.
But that's when that twister or
Yeah,
whatever
went
went
through
through.
the
Is that the one we're talking?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there was other towers damaged as well.
Was there?
That one went down.
Okay, thank you.
Dave?
I wasn't down. That was the one that.
Hey, Berger, Oliver County again. The 1 mile setback. I guess we have been working on this for quite a while with the non-participating landowners. They got to be heard. I know you're gonna deal with another issue as far as the data center. If you go with a 1/2 mile setback. So you've gotta, it's gonna be a tough one to decide. But like Jonathan said, I was out there at Southern Tower. Mark Dahl took me over there, the one that tipped over, plus the other 2 that were damaged. We had Minnesota Power had a blade fall off over here on Bison Farm. We have a wind tower right over here, right by Hanover, has got hit by lightning. I don't know if that's been addressed yet, but there are damages. And so the 1 mile setback, I think, is still decent. Or at least make the company work with the landowners. They haven't reached out to the landowners not participating yet on Oliver, or for the new wind farm they're proposing. And just for your info, last January or February, we had a special meeting. And Sarah was online, and we asked if there was gonna be another project being pursued in Oliver County. And at the time, she said, no, there wasn't. But now supposedly there is. And I know the comments being made, well, it's been composed. Well, thing is, you gotta change rules to make it work for everybody. And it hasn't been brought to the county yet, so we're not putting any stipulations on it. Okay, that's all, thanks.
December 12th, 2025 was the special meeting.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Ben Sand?
My testimony about the avoidance zone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll call you back. Sorry, I didn't see that. Sarah Montone?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This testimony will be similar to what I shared at last
month's meeting. NextEra Energy is proud to have worked in Oliver County for the past 2 decades since before the commercial operation of Oliver Wind 1 in 2006. Throughout those years, NextEra team members have worked with Oliver County landowners who voluntarily host energy infrastructure on their property. The payments your constituents receive from this infrastructure supplements their farming and ranching income, preserves the agricultural nature of their land, and ensures their operations stay in their families for future generations. In addition, NextEra takes great pride in supporting the communities we operate in. Since 2019, NextEra has donated over $639,000 in and around the Oliver County community to your schools, the Emergency Services Department, the Sheriff's Department, the courthouse, and various other organizations. That number is probably closer to $650,000. We're sending a check for the Center State and Music Department for the New York City trip. That should be in the mail already and received next week. This is in addition to the millions of dollars in tax revenue that NextEra has paid directly to Oliver County and will continue to do so over the operating project's life cycles. The proposed wind ordinance amendment prohibiting turbines within 1 mile of non-participating residences would severely and unnecessarily restrict wind development in the county. A 1 mile setback represents a 300% increase from the current setback requirement of 1,320 feet. In practical terms, a 1 mile setback would remove from consideration large areas of otherwise viable land, thereby eliminating opportunities for landowners to voluntarily participate in future wind projects, which reduces their potential income and severely restricts their right to use their property as they see fit. As shown in an exhibit that I've handed out before and I'll hand out again, under a 1 mile setback standard, a single non-participating residence could effectively control approximately 2,000 acres of surrounding property, including land owned by his or her neighbors. Ultimately, effective land use policy requires a careful balance between compatibility and the reasonable use of private property. A 1 mile setback goes beyond that balance and instead eliminates development potential. For these reasons, NextEra respectfully requests the Board of Commissioners reconsider the proposed amendment and retain the current setback requirement at a 1/4 mile, or consider the North Dakota PSC requirement of 3 times the turbine tip height, which appropriately balance landowner rights and responsible development. I'll just hand out the exhibit again, and thank you all for your time.
Chris Olson.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Chris Olson. I have a PhD in Environmental Health Sciences. I'm working as a consultant for over 25 years in this industry and others. And in fact, I've spent the last 12 years here in North Dakota. I've been from the top to the bottom, to the east to the west, working on various projects. And over that time, I think Commissioner Husfluen, you and I met back at around probably 2016. I think you were on the commission then when we were talking about Oliver 3. I've appeared numerous times in front of the Public Service Commission giving expert testimony on wind turbines, public health, safety, and welfare. So with that, I'll just turn to, one other thing. I sit on the International Electrotechnical Commission, so the International Committee on siting of wind turbines, appropriate setbacks, and risk assessment. So there's 2 setbacks that are key for wind turbines and for neighboring properties. The first is the setback distance to the neighboring property line. And that's in the state of North Dakota, and it's pretty much universal across the U.S. It's 1.1 times the total height. And the reason we have the multipliers here in North Dakota, like we do in other states where they have state siting, is to make sure as the towers get bigger, that the setbacks go further. It's with the distance. So that 1.1 times tip height, why do we have that? That is to ensure that if things like blade failures, tower collapse, and the like, and ice throw, for example, that they don't actually go beyond the property line that the turbine sited on. So these things fall, and if they do fail, it's rare that they fail, but they can fail. We just heard, bolts can fail, we could have turbine blades come off and the like. Done lots of investigation of those over the years. More importantly, you're talking about the setback distances to homes right now, non-participating homes. State of North Dakota at the PSC has a minimum 3 times the total height of the turbine setback distances. The old Oliver 1-2 turbines are probably about 450 feet tall. You take 3 times that, you're getting right that 1/4 mile, right? Now with the newer turbines, and sorry, I should have mentioned, I have been invited to here by NextEra to speak to you folks, just to be clear about that. Within that, the 600-foot towers, 650-foot towers, even up to almost 700 feet now, with that 3 times multiplier, let's just say the 600 feet, you're gonna be 1,800 feet back. You're gonna be 1,900, 2,000 feet back, is typically what we're seeing now. So in conclusion with all, so the reason for the setback for the non-participating homes is not from a safety perspective. That's to the property line so that they can safely use their property, their entire field, anything they want to do on that without having to worry about blades coming down. The setback distance to the home is effectively what you need in order to meet the state sound level requirement, shadow flicker requirements, all of the other things. You give a little bit of a visual intrusive setback. North Dakota also is one of the most conservative setback distances at 3 times tip height. Other states like Michigan, New York, Wisconsin, they have a 2 times tip height setback. So I would encourage you folks to just allow it to stay with the PSC setback distances. I don't think you need to then increase them for yourselves. Happy to answer any questions you have in the phone.
Okay,
All right,
thank you. Cheryl Freilich.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Freilich. I'm with BNI Coal and also represent Leeds and Minnesota Power. North Dakota's current wind siting framework reflects a widely used, industry-aligned approach that balances responsible development, landowner rights, community protections, and long-term economic benefits. Wind ordinances in Oliver County were recently updated in 2025 through comprehensive and structured discussions with county, industry, and community representatives. North Dakota, as was mentioned, uses a setback of 3 times turbine height, which aligns with common U.S. practices for rural areas for occupied and non-participating residents. Fixed distance setbacks, such as 1 mile, are significantly more restrictive than standard practice and are uncommon in comparable regions. Setbacks are one part of a broader system designed to protect nearby residents. Turbine placement is determined by most protective applicable standard with multiple safeguards working together, not just a single setback distance. Existing standards already ensure science-based, measurable protections. The bottom line is the current framework already delivers appropriate siting outcomes while maintaining flexibility for responsible development. Wind projects provide long-term stable funding for schools, infrastructure, and public services without increasing local tax burden. Wind energy contributes tens of millions of dollars annually in state and local taxes. North Dakota landowners receive significant ongoing lease payments from wind development, and the industry supports jobs, job investment, and rural economic growth. Wind projects require a significant long-term investment in planning. For example, the project that was recently purchased by Minnesota Power from Enel has been in the planning stages for 5 to 7 years. So that is why consistency in your ordinances is so very important. So I'm here today to ask you to maintain a balanced framework, allowing Oliver County to protect residents while capturing meaningful local benefits and deny the 1 mile wind amendment setback. Thank you for your time, and I will stand for any questions you may have.
What's the name of that wind project?
It's Flat Rock,
Flat Rock. And how many towers do you have proposed in yours?
75.
How many in all?
Oh, and over 12.
And, oh wait, do you know the height of the tower?
That is not information yet.
Oh,
I
okay.
can tell you the most current
Somebody's gotta
project
get your
that is
photograph.
in the PSC process right now.
Sure.
Those turbines are about 678.
678.
And I might not have that exactly right.
I'll
Commissioner
just put down
Dahl, so-
680. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nancy Ivanor?
Hello again, Nancy Evanoff, Oliver County. Thank you very much for letting us speak and being here today. Basically, my concern after I got that letter was fear because of the unknown. And that's where I'm at, and I'm begging for you, please, to do that 1 mile setback. As you can see, plainly, we've had 3 or 4 incidents of wind towers already. Some have been tight-lipped, sealed up because done NDAs, so they can't really talk about really what happened, but that's another area that I'm concerned about is the proximity, and one of those things does blow up or the blade comes off. 1 mile is not enough. These companies have billions of dollars. Once again, I'm going to say billions and millions. They can go around. I mean, I have to go around something in the field because it's in my way and I can't move it. And I might lose a little bit of my farming because of it. I think they can accommodate us. So I ask, please protect our safety. In fact, I believe the first thing that's written here, is the North Dakota Century Code 11-33 to protect our health, safety, our general welfare, morals, and general welfare for the public. And I'm relying on you to make good judgments and to stand with North Dakota Century 1133 that protects not only human safety, but animal safety and crop safety. If these things go, our crops are completely decimated. And that opens a whole other can of worms. Who's liable to pick up the mess? Is it the landowner, or is it the companies that have billions of dollars? Are they going to come in and clean it up? Because several have not even been cleaned up. Still have fields full of fiberglass that the cows can't go on. So, thank you very much for your time. Hope you stay with 1 mile.
Arlo Bacher.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Arlo Bacher, Oliver County. I know I've been up here before, and at the risk of feeling like a stuck record, I hope to put a little new spin on my adamant property rights. I appreciated State's Attorney Patrick Waters' concern for the free use and enjoyment of property and the potential infringement in relation to the conversation at the base of the towers. For many of the constituents, that's an ongoing concern that they would appreciate having aired. My take on this has gained some insight, and I appreciate from the industry side the references to setback distances not just being arbitrary numbers, but being tied to something that's quantifiable. And so they were referencing tip height, the height of the tower, the height above that. In some of my own research, what I've been coming up with is the question of the wake effect. You have turbulence. This is just physics. You have a wind, you have a breeze, you're harvesting it with a rotary fan, leaving behind turbulence in the air. What sort of an effect does that have? And that's a critical consideration in site design for wind projects. You get towers too close together, the turbulence from one impacts efficiency, impacts wear and tear, shortens the lifespan of an adjacent tower. So where is that line best drawn? Of course, any particular project could decide we're just going to cram them together and bear the costs. But in terms of optimum, at what point does the turbulence from one tower not affect another? And so I'm referencing a study from Johns Hopkins University that was using wind tunnels and essentially finding the turbulence from a tower doesn't affect another tower at a distance of 15 rotor diameters. So tying it to rotor diameter, if the towers change size, composition, then our setback adjusts accordingly. At the moment, Oliver Wind 4, a 15 times rotor diameter setback would put it at 6,255 feet. The 1 mile setback falls right in there. If your neighbor parks a tower on their place and you're too close, their property rights have essentially preempted you from having a tower operating in its most optimum, whether through that company or another one. So in terms of property rights, a setback referencing rotor diameter takes care of a lot of the issues. The people who had a stake in it have to be negotiated with. Waivers could be signed if they can negotiate. If they can't, that's property rights. And that's what we had to work with. Sorry, coffee jitters, but I'm available for questions if you're interested.
Okay, thank you, Arla. Any discussion, guys?
Yeah, I had a card for wind too. I had more on my wind.
Sorry, Katie.
Oh, you're good. Jason, you might have had it.
I gave it to
Oh,
him.
okay.
Katie.
I don't know what I said the first time. I was Katie Hanky Simon, so.
I'm gonna go with Katie Hanky
You
Simon.
got all the above?
Still an Oliver County resident. I actually had a little bit prepared. Dave touched on it with the $250,000 donation that was given in December with the stipulation that there was no proposed projects. And the FAA had their submission by January. Those towers have been out since approved in March. But it was also said that the wind towers can provide landowners with financial stability. So by having a 1 mile setback, that could provide more financial stability for owners in the area within 1 mile, because they could come to them with a participation contract. It's not saying that they have to sign the waiver. Companies can come to them with a participation contract and possibly financial compensation if they can work something like that out. So I guess that's something else maybe to consider, is it could possibly benefit more people in the county. The talk about the tax revenue thing, I'm just curious if the companies know how much of that tax revenue actually stays here, or how many of the next towers, if they know how many of those are going to be in Oliver County and 100% stay in Oliver County's tax revenue. I believe the calculation is right around 22 of 75. And then my last comment is, I guess before a company's concerns for future projects, maybe they should finish the land reclamation and address owner concerns from previous projects. That would be my final statement.
Michael? Go ahead.
I really hate getting up here.
A lot of us do.
You do so good on the phone though, come on.
They had a lot of facts, you know, it's gonna shut down. One homeowner's residence is gonna shut down 2,000 acres, and bird acreage assumptions before, but they still won't tell you how many towers this amendment could affect. They want a blanket, do what we want policy. They want bare minimum restrictions so that they can come in and do what they want, which is part of big business. I get that, but they don't care about the residents. They talk about how willing they are to help in the county. How many trees were planted around the wind farms that were purchased in Oliver County from the soil conservation? So they're not as willing to work with us as they want to make it sound. So unless you guys make them, they're not going to just come running and say, hey, we'd like to work with you. They're not going to. They're just going to do what they feel like. And so yes, I'm in favor of the 1 mile setback for same reasons.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
I think you have my card.
I've got some here that had both on.
Phyllis Gross.
I seen it. I seen it. It's here. Go ahead.
I'm a 40-year resident of Oliver County. My husband is a third-generation farmer in this county. We would like to ask you guys again to consider approving that amendment with the 1 mile setback with the option for a waiver as the planning and zoning presented. Everybody has told their stories for months. They're not hypotheticals. They're not oh, this could happen, or this might happen. Those things have happened. So I think you really need to listen to the people, and I agree with her last statement. Maybe they need to get cleaned up with what they've created before they move on. I want to apologize about the clicking of the pen. I don't know how many heard it. Was that annoying? Because it was annoying me. I was going to do it a lot more, but I couldn't stand it. The clicking of a pen is about 30 to 50 decibels, similar to a whisper, low hum of a refrigerator, or a light rain. At a quarter mile of setback, that's about what the whoosh of a wind turbine blade is. If you move it to a mile, it does drop to between 30 to 35, which on windy days, you won't hear it. On calm days, you'll hear it more. And when they're not running, you won't hear it at all. But I just kind of wanted to make a little point.
And how
If you
many
were in
is
your
it?
yard for your house and could never shut this off when you needed to, you'd get mighty annoyed. Thank you.
How much did you say it was at a half mile? How many decibels?
At a half mile?
You said
Quarter mile.
Quarter, 30 to 35.
No, you said that for a mile.
Or 35 to 40, I'm sorry. The wind turbine at a quarter mile is 35 to 40. And that's some quick research. I'm sure there are experts that obviously know more. But
Thank you.
yep.
Anybody else?
Can I speak for just a second, Rod? I'm not on, I got here late.
He has to,
Hmm?
he has to pull up.
You got any empty cards? Go ahead, Greg.
If I could just do a quick interjection. We've been told, as it relates to the data farm, we can change and address issues as they come, and we're full bore onto that. But yet you're telling us we can't change this on the wind because we've already set a standard. And so I just want to point that out also. There's two different stories going on.
Greg Meyer, I've been a resident of Oliver Farm my entire life, and I guess I can speak to I want to speak on the setback, I guess. I have 8 windmills within less than a mile of my yard. The closest one is just over a half mile. I own none of them. I have land in old Oliver, Morton County. I have windmills on mine. So I'm just speaking for, non-biased, I guess. But I guess I am totally against the mile setback. I feel that mile setback will probably take a lot of land out of the project that would be available to be used by it. I think a better idea would be to work with individual landowners as far as placement. If they are going to be a visual hindrance or a noise hindrance or shadow hindrance, we deal with that about 3-4 months out of the year is shadow. We were not consulted about it. This was Minnesota Power, and they necessarily didn't go out of their way to make people happy as far as I'm concerned. But there are ways to mitigate that, and I think if people would, windmill companies would be willing to meet with people and have the placement of the windmills adjusted, if it is in their front window or whatever, it would be a great thing. If it's behind my house, I don't care. The other day I counted out my calving pasture, which is about a half mile from my yard. I can see 65 windmills. I can see the project over here. I can see the project over there from my house. It sits up really high. I guess I deal in them every day. It's kind of like living beside the railroad or the interstate. They're just there. So that's all I have to say, but I agree with my setback. It's not good. Thank you.
All right, anybody else on there?
Nope. No, these are on different topic.
Oh, my comments. current zoning ordinance for next era was approved by the planning and zoning and the commissioners close to a year ago. Next era started the project, and then planning and zoning decided, hey, we have to change the zoning requirements. We can't do that partly through a project. We can't change the zoning requirements for the company that's already investing the money. There's legalities involved in that. And besides, they have that option probably of relocating, probably moving to a different county, doing less turbines in Oliver County. We could lose huge sums of money if we went with that mile setback. And we as commissioners don't want to take the chance of legalities. We don't want to lose that county money. And we did approve the original zoning ordinance, and we can't change after a year through the program. That's all I have to say.
I just am curious, you say we can't change, but we had a 180-day moratorium on data centers in order to write ordinances, and you guys took that away in less than a month, or in about a month. So things
I'm
change.
talking about the
I'm just
wind
saying
tower
things
ordinance,
change.
1 mile
We're not
setback.
applying things consistently.
Yes, and that's why.
You're trying to
we're
tell
in
us we
this
can't
one.
change it on the wind farm, but you're all for the data center, and we have none of that stuff laid out in fine print.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we're on the second consideration reading.
Okay.
You need to control the audience.
Have they filed the permit?
What?
Have they filed the permit?
No,
Not that I'm aware of.
okay, there's no project.
That's my frustration. We were told in December there was no project. That's my frustration.
So you're not changing anything in the middle of it?
I mean, if they came to us and said we're proposing something in X location, then it'd be different. That's my frustration as well.
Thank you.
No, and my frustration is they're changing their rules midstream too. This letter that just came out was never addressed with anybody prior, and now they're changing the rules midstream, so.
Past performance.
But
Would any of you want a wind tower blow up behind your house, a quarter mile from your house?
well, nobody wanted one tower to blow up 2 miles, but yeah.
I know if you were down in that tower and had the fiberglass,
Right.
you were this small.
But
Hundreds of thousands of pieces.
Yeah, let's just stick with where we're at. We're hearing you though, and I agree with you that
Would that not also be in violation of section 5 criteria for approval, 5.2?
they haven't applied for a permit yet, so we're not even to that
So we
point.
can change it now then, so we can write in that 1 mile.
Yes, we've got.
Okay, very good, I appreciate that. Thank
Brad, are
very
you
much.
willing to work on a multiple of the diameter of the,
Yes, and actually, I've got a bunch of notes in that, and I just wanted to make sure all the public had a chance to put in their input so I could address it in what I
Right.
was putting forth.
I've gotten calls from both sides a lot, all morning. Everybody says to fix it one time, and we all know that these towers are getting bigger. And whether we go to a half mile or a mile, doesn't matter, because if these things keep getting bigger, we're gonna be at a mile or
We're gonna
whatever
be
in the
adjusting
future.
it again.
We're gonna adjust it again. If Brad's willing to work with something on the diameter of the blades, then I would be very uncomfortable. I would be comfortable with that.
I have notes on all that. So, I mean, is that to the point where we can discuss that kind of
Yes,
stuff?
let's please
Okay,
do.
Okay, so right now, the towers that are out, the current setback is at 1.1 times the tip height of the blade.
Correct.
And that is for participating members. Non-participating members is 3 times the tip height of the blade. So you're looking at 500 feet, so 3 times would be 1,500 feet. Is kind of what our setbacks are set up as right now. The Bison project, their towers were taller. Their tip height are right around 633 feet. Actually, she gave me that number just a little bit ago. I asked her. What was it?
I think 680.
Cheryl, you still in here?
672.
Yeah,
672.
And you said you were gonna round it up.
Yes, I rounded to 680. Okay.
680.
Okay.
Lawns for That's lawns for not bison.
Oh, that's for you. Bison's bigger. You're right.
Bison's smaller.
Bison's smaller.
Towers are probably about 450 feet of bison. The logs for a project that they proposed, those are the ones that are in the 650 range.
And those are only in Morgan County.
And those are only gonna be in Morgan County, so we won't have any of those, but we could in the future.
Good, absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, the flat rock.
Yes, okay.
Brad,
Well, look, what's,
do we have a height requirement in North Dakota? I don't know.
FAA deals with that.
Oh,
Yep.
FAA does that? Okay.
Yes, that's not us.
199, and then FAA does everything above that.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, you told us that earlier. Okay, and I agree with you guys, changing the rules midstream. They're doing the same thing, so I feel we can change rules midstream too. What I would propose is 4 times. Right now, state is 3 times. I would prefer 4 times the tip height, because that gets us closer to at least a half mile setback for all the wind towers moving forward. I know but it's,
Why
if
are
we,
we the ones that have to sacrifice? I don't
I'm
get
not
it.
asking you to sacrifice.
My question would be, let's just play this out. How many wind farms, as commissioners, how many wind towers are you willing to let Oliver County have before enough's enough? There is a quality of life, the reason we live here. And if that goes away, we're gonna move away. So you can have your industry and you can live with it and we will go somewhere else.
I don't disagree with you, but to kill the project totally on a project that is already been in the works.
They don't have a permit, it's not there. This is baloney. They can't even tell you how high the towers are, and they claim they've been working on it for 7 years.
2 different projects, but.
Okay. But I want to answer from you, how many towers is enough? Perfect world scenario. How many towers is enough?
0. In my perfect
There'll
world.
never be any east of town. What's that? There'll never be one east of town.
Go ahead, Arlo. Chairman should
Go ahead,
address it.
Arlo.
I appreciate the willingness to consider extending the setback requirements. I guess one of my questions would be, you're aiming for a half mile, and I would be
doubling what is already here.
Well, you were saying going from 3 to 4.
Yes.
4 times rotor tip? Is that what
Yes,
you're-
the tip, yes.
And so you were saying that'll get us closer to the half mile.
Yes.
And my question would be, of course, the way I tried to present it, in regards to property values, property use, property rights. I appreciate that Waters highlighting one of those property rights is the free enjoyment and use of your property. And I think as many of the constituents have alluded to, the distance at which those towers impact is greater than the half mile. So then the question is, how do you quantify impact? And so one of my thoughts would be to say, well, entertain, this person wants a tower, the adjacent property, if that tower goes in, if they were to have a tower, would there be impact? And that's what I was getting at.
And that was something I had brought up. Something I had brought up before is, no matter who's impacted, it's a set dollar amount for a quarter mile, so much for a half mile, so much for a 3/4 mile. But if not everybody is a participating member, they can't just send you a check. I wish they could, because that would make it easier, is because then everybody that's been impacted or in the future would be impacted, even if you didn't sign up for it. you would at least be compensated for it. And I wish that's the way we could do it.
That would give you the bargaining power.
The mile setback, a mile setback, just like we discussed with the data center a month ago, a mile setback, there's 6 acres in Oliver County you can develop on.
So, but the setbacks requirement, and whether it's mile or whether it's actually tied to the size of the turbine, that gives landowners, like.
The
they-
right
if they
to
want sit with the
negotiate, I
tower,
agree.
They've gotta come and talk to somebody about where that base of that tower is. The range of impact of that tower in terms of turbulating the air, that goes 15 times the rotor diameter in a radius.
Who's
So-
not gonna move if they don't get enough money?
What's that?
Who is not gonna move if they don't get enough money? Who is not gonna let it happen if they don't get enough money?
I don't know.
I would say very
That's,
few.
that's a personal, I mean, I'd be
Right.
speaking
But
for
you have
every
to get
person in
leverage.
Oliver
If there's
County.
If there's no leverage, they have nothing to work with at all.
I-
As a resident, they have nothing to work with.
I agree with you, and that's why I felt we should do the half mile, but
And what I was pressing for was, justify the number.
it's hard to put a number on. I mean, there's 3 of us here, and like I said, I was told it's a quarter mile setback right now, and I wanted it at a half mile setback. You wanted it a mile setback.
Well, I'm actually thinking of tying it to the size of the turbine, because of the material impact to adjacent
Yes.
property. And then
Yes.
you've got a justifiable rationale, so
Yes.
saying, here's a setback, it scales with.
And that's, if you have ice that flings off of a tower or a tower that tips over, it's not gonna fall 4 times the size of itself away. It's not gonna tumble 3 times. So that's why I feel comfortable with 4 times the height of the tower.
So, Mr. Chair, I mean, to put the 4 times tip height in context, I just want to be clear, like, the 3 times in the state is from the base of the tower to the 12 o'clock position, that's the total height. There's been some
Correct.
discussion about rotor diameter. I would stop saying rotor diameter, I would go from the base to the tip. To put it in perspective, you're 4 times, Commissioner, 4 times tip height. There's only one other state in the entire country that uses it, and that would be the state, Washington State, so there is some precedent for that. They've looked at the 3 times that you folks had in North Dakota. Almost every other state's 2 times. I think 4 times tip height is, you're essentially going to be at the half mile for 600+ foot tall turbines. Nobody's building 500 foot turbines anymore. So I think you kind of, in terms of if you're looking for precedent for, what that does in order for protection of neighbors and everything else, that 4 times tip height, you do have precedent in Washington State for it. If you go beyond that, you may as well just pass a moratorium. I mean, and I'm not saying that facetiously. I'm saying if the county decides, I don't live in the county, if the county decides how many turbines are enough, that's for you folks, the elected officials, and everything else. But I mean, if you're gonna go beyond 4 times tip height, then effectively, there's no science basis for it, but if it's the desire of the county, I would just say, pass a moratorium.
So there's one other state that has 4 times the tip
Just
height.
Washington State. And I'm happy to provide you with that. Their Public Services Commission uses a 4 times tip height, everybody else uses 2, and you guys are in between the 3 right now here.
Is there a representative from NextAir here that could answer a few questions?
Either myself or Sarah.
Yeah, what are they specific to?
Could you tell me how many total towers that are affected at the 1 mile setback, and how many would be affected if we put in the 4 times tip height?
I don't know the answer for 4 times tip height.
Oh, half mile, quarter
Half
mile,
mile
3/4 mile?
is about 9 primaries and 1 alternate turbine, so about 14% of the 71 turbines proposed, that will be proposed if Redview gets to the point of ever filing an application.
But that is only if you had non-participating members.
Correct.
You
Which are
could go
completely
to,
voluntary.
you could go to the landowners and negotiate out.
If they're willing to participate, yes. At the mile, it's 46 primary turbines and all of the alternate turbines. That are.
And how many
are delivered.
alternatives are there?
I believe there were 9 filed.
But I think to that point, Sarah, if you get to that big turbines being removed from a project, that project's no longer viable. So that's why I say at the 1 mile, can you fit a couple turbines into a county at 1 mile? You can. But you essentially, Commissioner, you have no project would be whether it's NextEra or also, which would be a viable project.
Do you have research on that?
What's that?
Hold on,
Where's
please.
research on that?
Yeah, so I mean, as Sarah pointed out earlier with that, the header that she has, if you take the 1 mile radius and what is it, 2,000 acres surrounding it, you just can't possibly, I've worked on probably 130 wind projects over the years, there's not a single project I've ever seen built beyond half a mile setback.
Okay, another question. Your proposed project you have, do you have somebody lined up to do the work? Because
No, we're not there
I've been hearing a lot of negative stuff from the last contractor you used. And I would suggest if this moves or you move forward with the project, that we do not use the same contractor.
That can be a condition added during the commissioning
Okay.
process.
The other question I had for you is, do we still have open discrepancies as far as the road landowners that you have not settled with yet?
There are landowners that are still open. Typically that's because attorneys are involved or.
Because what?
Attorneys are involved,
Okay,
the ones that I'm aware of.
okay. And do you know how many of those there is of those?
The one, I'm aware of one, but there may be others and I would have to get back to them.
If you could, okay.
Is it too late to talk to you about what was damaged?
Not at all.
Oh, okay.
No, yep.
Do
and,
you, okay, another question. If
Yep.
you do have a turbine that is damaged or something comes off, somebody asked this, who is responsible for the cleanup and at what extent do they clean it up?
We're going to speak to that, Sarah. We're going to pass back practice.
Or I was gonna look maybe to Alex from the operations and maintenance side.
Yeah.
I mean, I can kind of speak to it, but if that's your bread and butter.
Yeah, there's a land service team that we employ, so any disputes, whether it's crop damage, something from construction, there's a process that will measure that damage, will document that damage, and compensate for the damage or for the appropriate purpose. So,
And that's for lightning strike, wind damage, fiberglass pieces flaking off the blades, anything?
yes. Yeah.
So I can give you an example of an NextEra project was in Kansas, it's called the Irish Creek Project. It was a couple of years ago, worked on that along with NextEra. Excessive lightning strike, broke the blade, blade came on the base of the tower, but there were small fiberglass pieces that of course were scattered in the 55-mile-an-hour winds onto the alfalfa field of a non-participating landowner next door. NextEra immediately went and did the cleanup that they could in order to make sure that all of those pieces where the blade fell was a cornfield that hadn't been planted yet. Alfalfa field had already started growing, but they did have pieces. They picked up what they could off the neighbor's property as well as on their property. The blade was then taken away, obviously the actual pumpkin blade. They had to wait until they could actually cut the hayfield. They compensated the landowner for the hayfield that they cut because they couldn't use it because there could be fiberglass pieces in it. They're not going to feed that to cattle after. And then made sure that that was cleaned up, the field after they cut, and then they got the neighbors compensated. So that's pretty standard practice again across any wind company. The onus is on the company, the liabilities on the company to clean up, and then those things get relatively clean up. I can't speak to someone who was spoken today. I haven't worked on those. The projects, whether it's NextEra or the wind companies that worked on, when the blade fails, also the base of the turbine. If there is debris scattered, cleanup has to occur, then they have to compensate the neighbors for that cleanup.
And that's at the landowner's discretion as to when it's...
Yeah, I believe in that particular case, they were allowing, the alfalfa didn't take that much longer. Of course, the alfalfa was growing up in the corner, so they just cut the alfalfa soon after, and then did the removal and compensated the landowner during that time when the alfalfa was cut.
But then the landowner signs off on it saying that the cleanup's been to their expectations.
Essentially, if not, then of course the lawyers always have the chance for lawyers to get involved. But at the end of the day, from my experience, there are a few out there where NextEra based ones or Minnesota Packard, there are a few that I'm aware of. It took too long to get cleaned up. Old turbines were 20 years old, which is disputed who even owned them at the time. So I'm not so going to say there's never a case where a landowner wasn't happy. But again, that's legal systems for it. You know, all the ones that I've worked on, relatively quick, done to the landowner's discretion, and ultimately the ones I've worked on lawyers from that.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just say the other tower damaged south of us had a broken blade swinging from June or July of last year, I don't remember specifically, all the way until this spring. We were stopped on our way to church by a wind blade that took a wrong turn and was parked on the road moving with towers, but it took our 9 months of that flopping in the wind every time the wind blew and stuff going off for, I would guess, 8 to 9 months.
Do you know which
I
company?
want to talk to you after the meeting.
It's in Morton.
Oh, it's in Morton?
From the Oliver County line.
Okay.
So this is whichever one is in Morton. There's one tower in Oliver.
Oliver 3.
Oliver 3.
Oliver 3.
On Allen's Pond. But it's an example of any tower.
Say, Brad, answer to your question, she said the ones are just legal. There's several that have been in contact with me, are still waiting on payment, that are participating in Oliver Court.
They're
And still
participating or
waiting on payment for
non-participating?
Reclamation, fence, things like that.
Participating or non-participating?
Participating.
Okay.
And I believe Garrett and Kurt Roofer are aware of it.
Those are members of the Oliver Ford Land team.
Okay.
If you want.
I guess another question. Have you tried negotiating with these people that would knock out the 10 towers? Has it been even attempted?
Yes, and we'll continue. Yes, and we'll continue. We have not touched every single landowner because we still don't know what the distance will be. But yes, and we'll continue. How's that? Not 100% across the board.
Arlo.
Okay.
I know.
How do we know that it'll cut it?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, we're shifting a little bit into conditional use details, and they pertain, of course,
Thank
to
you.
what costs can be anticipated. The question from a few minutes ago, I would actually flip a little bit. Instead of saying how many towers would cut from the project, and even in terms of the comparison to other regions, saying, well, their distances are less than such. That's not necessarily apples to apples. So perhaps a helpful question would be, if we're concerned for this project, it's not quite a project yet, a 1 mile setback, how many additional landowners would be empowered by that the company would have to go and negotiate with?
Right.
And going forward, aside from NextEra's quasi-project that's not there yet, but coming, is it valuable for us with a population that is sparser in some parts of the country to say our constituents prize very, very highly the quiet, the peaceful, the rural, and separate from any other parts of the country, they've got their own decisions to make. We, as a county, can declare within a mile of a wind project, those property rights need to be protected. Those people need to be empowered, that a company coming in has to know from the get-go would be helpful. We have to, this could work. This is a good area, lots of wind, close tie to power infrastructure. Okay, if it's gonna work, let's make a plan. That's all on them and their project. It's not for us as a county to try and facilitate. Like, our priority is, let's protect the people.
Thank you. What are your thoughts, Rob? How many times did, because I agree we should go with.
We should be tied to the size of the
Yes,
machine.
because as they change, we're gonna.
We don't want to be
in-
back here in a year. Where does that put us? 4 times?
At a half mile.
I don't like it, but it's better than what we got now.
I'd go 4, 4.5, 5. I mean, but
Yeah.
once you get to a certain size, then. But we And I guess the only reason I had picked a half mile was because we kind of set that precedence with the data center that they gotta stay a half mile from everybody too. So I kind of felt we should be in the same ballpark from industry to industry. Because if
Well,
we're
there's
not,
merit, there's,
It's different problems though.
well, yes, I agree.
And I'm not advocating one way or another,
I know. It's just something that was brought up. How can you do it for one but not the other? But yes, they are totally different.
different circumstances.
It's apples and oranges.
Okay.
And Lee, how do you feel if we go off a tip height?
I guess I told you on this particular one, we're talking about this current
Yes.
zoning ordinance.
Yes.
We can't change that one.
Why? They changed it.
Can't change that one.
But they changed rules midstream.
They really haven't.
We haven't yet, no. But we could.
Well, I'm going by what we committed to earlier, and probably one of the few in this room, but I've had 40 or 50 calls that say, don't go with that mile setback.
I
Don't
have
go
too,
with a
but-
half mile setback.
But
And so,
I've had just.
I guess I'm probably
just as
alone
many
at the
calls
table here
wanting
saying
to do
that,
the
so
mile.
whatever you guys say, I'm gonna probably vote against it.
No.
New towers are what, 650? 680?
That's what 680 approximately.
670 something, you said.
Yeah, 678. Let's go 680.
I'll live with it. I'll live with that for today. Because personally, between us three, there's only ever gonna be 2 more projects. There will never be a project east of center.
They've never, well,
They can't. You can't build on.
East of center. There's not enough landowner support east of center to put a project together. So, I mean, we got these 2 projects and then we're done anyway. I'll support you.
Then I make a motion that we do an amended setback to be 4 times the tip height of a tower.
Mr. Chair, could I recommend that you tag that too and say, and not to non-participating landowners, residents?
Fair.
I mean, I know it's not the perfect answer for everybody, but I've had calls on both sides of the fence that
So have I.
people want us to vote this down, and then the other half want us to vote it in, and we have to come up with some type of a compromise, and
You have to realize, you have yet to see that they're claiming that, but I can attest to people who have come negotiated with me, not Win specifically, but I know how the negotiators work with power and utilities and all the other stuff. They will come to you and tell you, all your neighbors have signed up, you're the last one.
yes, and
Okay?
they
And
purposely
you-
do that.
and I am convinced that you may be the very first person on the list. And if you don't go talk to your neighbors, you think that and you sign.
Well, and another thing
that
that.
is their duty to do good negotiating, but you have to give us a tool to negotiate back. And no less than 1 mile, in my mind, is acceptable.
It's our land, we're the landlords, they're the tenants, why are we letting the tenants write?
They're
and tell us
not.
what to do?
The 3 of us are with the constituents.
Motion's been made to amend to 4 times the tip height. Is there a second? Is there a second? If not, I'll second that. Let's do a roll call vote. Commissioner Dahl?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoosflon?
no,
Commissioner Schmidt votes yes. Motion carries. 4 times the tip height.
You guys gotta do a motion for this. Okay.
That is the motion.
Oh, that is to change it.
We
from-
amended it, the motion,
Okay.
yes.
That is the motion.
Okay.
CO2 collection facilities ordinance.
That was tabled from the last meeting as well, because you guys requested time to
Look at it.
review. That did pass planning and zoning, but you guys needed to do something.
Patrick, have you had a chance to look?
Yeah, I looked at it a
Look
while
at it.
ago.
This
Yeah.
is,
That would look okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
the language we took, Morton County's planning and zoning director said, please take, use, adjust to what you need. This is basically from Morton County and what they passed.
Plagiarized.
It's not plagiarized. It was adjusted.
Yeah, I read through it and I've seen no problems with
I
it.
have no problems with it.
I mean, this is
I-
a, if one of
If
these.
I remember right, this is the one I read, I had. This one's one that can build 500 feet from your property line, and I do not agree with that, once again.
We
Where do
can
you-
always adjust that.
Should we table it again, Brad, till next month? Then we can, you and I can
I
scribble
would-
notes in here.
We can, or I would approve it with at least a half-mile setback like everything else, but
Okay.
I would want it amended. I don't.
That's fair.
Nothing should be 500 feet from anybody's property.
Where is the 500 feet at?
I don't-
Make sure
I guess
it's
that.
on.
I'm trying to
was it
find
in
if this
one?
was the one.
I can't remember that.
I have general setback standards, substations and laydown yards shall be set back from the nearest occupied dwelling, a distance of no less than a half a mile. Setback may be reduced or waived if stated in writing, but I don't see anything there. I don't recall that.
Half a mile.
Okay, they are general sections.
Let's change
It is half-mile. I was mistaken.
That is, it just says substations and laydown there,
Oh,
so
yeah, okay.
Right.
that's not necessarily the facility itself. So, I mean, unless you wanted to add,
Yeah, I would add any structure.
Brad, the page before has got 500 feet sight distance. That's the only place I see 500 feet. That's ingress and
Well,
egress.
that's approaches.
That's the right, that's not the
Okay, maybe
actual
that's where-
site.
I mean, the only thing would be to make sure that it's very clear that it's a half a mile for the whole
We
facility.
can make that as part of the motion.
I would go along with that for
Is that a motion, Lee?
this new ordinance, yes.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve it with the amendment of any facility is a half-mile setback.
With setbacks,
No less than half mile or,
no less than half mile for the entire facility from occupied dwellings. Okay.
Yeah,
Is there a second?
I'll second that, yes.
any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. That motion carried. You can do roll call, it was unanimous. Avoidance zone public hearing ordinance amendment.
So this was brought up, McLean County has this in their ordinances for wind and solar. It was mainly brought up because Commissioner Berger, former Commissioner Berger, talked about bringing companies to the table prior to them submitting permits, you know, having a conversation. And we were advised to look into McLean County's ordinances because they have this and it's working quite well for them. Some of our legislators even recommended looking at it as an option, as a negotiating option. I asked if it could be applied to all industry, kind of got a yes, and then I kind of got a probably not. So I think at this point, that's up to you guys how you'd like to handle it, unless it's just for wind and solar. This also includes the avoidance zone language in there. I know that that's been pretty contentious, because if you create an avoidance zone, a company would lose out on that project area potentially, if the commission say you can't put it here. the main point is to have constituents, your voters, the people that put you in these positions to come to you and say, we as your landowners, residents say, yes, we will take a wind project, a solar project, or no, we don't want this here, or at least in this particular area. That's how it was explained to me. I mean, I know Patrick has talked to Lad Erickson a lot about this, so he could maybe explain a little better, but.
I don't have anything else to add on what we've talked about. I mean, we've had 2 or 3 meetings where I've talked about this, and I know since you've been on board, and Brad, I think I've talked to you about this before as well, so I don't have anything additional to add.
I may be confused, but they did recommend or
The
they
board did not
Did not,
recommend
okay.
on a
So I was
split
right.
vote. We were missing, it was
I think it was 3
3
to
to
2.
2. We were
Yeah.
missing a board member that night as well.
So if we don't take it up, it just stays in.
Nobody else,
Well,
nobody's
you
no
can
public
deny
input
it,
on this one?
or just-
Oh, hang on, Brad. Yes, there is public input on this one. Ben Sand?
We knew he was here for something.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Ben Sand. I'm an attorney at the Carly Flack Law Firm in Bismarck, North Dakota. Here on behalf of NextEra to discuss purely legal issues with this proposal. I would note, NextEra has via letter sent out a more thorough description of what testimony I'm going to give briefly on it. If you'd like to receive this. The letter was sent to the County Commission on April 28th, 2026. Just 3 points I want to touch on briefly that are addressed in that letter. First, as we all know, Chapter 1133 of the Century Code governs county zoning authority and the scope of your authority. It has some clear procedural rules, specifically if you're going to take a zoning action, notice, publication, and public hearing would be required. The language isn't explicitly in this avoidance zone proposal that you consider. So in that sense, we believe any zoning action you may take under this provision would be contrary to procedures required under the Central Code. Second, Chapter 1133, it dictates to counties that they need to set up zoning districts to set forth explicit objectives, policies, and standards to guide public and private development. The Central Code also requires that those regulations are uniform in each district. What this proposal does is, this avoidance area proposal provides a case-by-case, project-by-project, ad hoc approach through which you could prohibit otherwise permitted uses in a zoning district, which the Century Code sets forth with some regulatory certainty. This proposal introduces regulatory uncertainty, as I stated before, in a process that's not recognized or appropriate for taking zoning actions under the Century Code. And then my last point, functionally, this proposal is a means for a county to amend zoning districts or zoning actions. I note that all the county's own county ordinance, section 17.2, has a specific thorough amendment process already in it. And so by adopting this proposal, you're creating a collision between two procedural rules in your own ordinances. And essentially, if you were to go forward under this ordinance, you'd be amending a zoning district without following the amendment process in section 17.2. And so, NextEra believes there are these legal issues and procedural discrepancies that justify declining this proposal. On the operation size and impact, and certain on to NextEra to touch on that. For that, I give my time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ben. Sarah?
Hello again, Commissioners. Sarah Monto, NextEra Energy. These are the same comments I presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission last week or possibly the week prior. So first point is on landowner rights. The avoidance zone concept conflicts with landowners' rights to participate in a project by signing leases or other contractual arrangements. The avoidance area concept could deem a landowner's property off limits because someone else says so, regardless of whether a project otherwise complies with the Oliver County ordinance. If an avoidance zone is placed on a landowner's parcel by someone else, they must take on the burden of petitioning for that avoidance zone to be removed. Second, the proposed avoidance zone concept is unnecessary if the county considers its conditional use permit application process that exists today. The county already has the procedure and the ability to deny a conditional use permit application if it does not comply with the Oliver County ordinance. Third, avoidance areas are already established by the North Dakota Public Service Commission. These rules are set forth in North Dakota Administrative Code Section 69060801. This is a 6-page long portion of the ordinance. It's very prescriptive of what needs to be avoided. All wind projects must comply with this state law by avoiding those areas, as well as the areas that are already outlined in the Oliver County ordinance. Through the existing state and county permitting processes, applicants have direct knowledge regarding what areas fall within the North Dakota Public Service Commission and county's avoidance area criteria regulations before they start working with landowners to site infrastructure. Finally, applicants should have knowledge on the front end of where development is not permissible before starting to invest millions of dollars in securing voluntary land rights with excited, willing landowners, conducting environmental studies and reviews, and engineering a project. For these reasons, as well as the fact that the Oliver County Planning and Zoning voted against recommending this language be adopted into the Oliver County ordinance, NextEra respectfully requests that the Board of Commissioners reconsider adoption of this concept. Thank you.
Alex, got you down. Oh, sorry. That's all the dialogue on that from the, anybody else?
I would just speak, I guess,
I just think it's a good idea to protect the citizens and encourage dialogue and a more thoughtful process. So these projects do not get sprung on the public. That we consider these, that it is a more thoughtful, comprehensive, doesn't catch people by surprise. They get time to adjust. They get time to think if it's a good thing or a bad thing. And like again, I ask the question, how much industry is enough for Oliver County? How much is enough? Because if the reasons that they are coming is for specific reasons of infrastructure, of power lines, all that stuff, it's all gonna still be here. And they're gonna keep chasing it as long as it's available. And so my question is, how much is enough? And should we be a little more thoughtful on the process? And the companies that are willing to go through the process, we may end up with a better company in the end.
Yep, that one.
That's what it does. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Chad pointed out to me too. I thought I had mine all in order.
Sorry.
surprised, cement mixing plant is under permitted uses.
What are your thoughts, guys?
I need to read through this.
Patrick?
Yes.
Is the conflict of interest next to who was talking about?
What's that?
The conflict of interest between Century Code and this?
Yeah, I mean, so maybe, but they would have to raise it. I mean, the end result is that without taking a position one way or another, I can say that McLean County went through the same process and no objections were made, and the industry simply didn't build there. I'm not particularly concerned about
The legal aspects?
Not particularly. There's always a risk that someone's going to do something. It would seem to me
I don't know, does it hindrance businesses from coming and negotiating prior to making it public? Because at this point, the cat's out of the bag. It's the only disagreements I have with it. I mean, yes, the public needs to be informed before they do any permitting or apply for anything, but on the flip side of it is an investor gets a hold of it and I don't.
In McLean County, it's forced everybody to build right beside the power plant. It has. I think that was by design.
Right.
Yeah, so one group makes a big chunk.
It's on reclamation. It's hard to argue with putting it on reclamation.
I agree with you, but.
They haven't been
You're
able
not
to-
completely wrong.
They haven't been able to keep everything right there.
Right.
Didn't Lad write that? Didn't Lad kind of design that at one time?
Yeah, they did. It was at a, I mean, I think that they were at a different point in development of those than we are, because obviously wind has already come. So,
And they've got more coal reserves, just they needed to stay further away.
yeah, it's true.
What are your thoughts?
Well, no decisions are necessary from us at this time.
Well, we can table it.
I think we need to table it
I,
so we get
yeah,
more public input from it.
yes.
Okay.
Because I honestly have not heard from a lot of people on this subject.
I have, yeah, other than today, I haven't heard any
And
public
I
input.
haven't seen this letter till now either. Haven't
Yeah,
had a
this
chance
just
to-
came.
So let's table it so we
Yes.
can get more public.
Is that a motion,
input.
Brad?
Yeah, yes, I make a motion to table this till next meeting so we can get more public input.
Is there a second?
I will second that, yes.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Permit fees?
So the planning and zoning board has been looking at revising the permit fees, for probably since last fall. It was brought up, talking about, at first it was the conditional use permit, and making it the industrial one, 3% of the total cost of construction with an admin fee on there. In kind of the last however many meetings we had, it was said, well, 3% up to $500,000 total for the permit fee for a conditional use permit. And at one of the other meetings, a comment was brought in, I think Patty had mentioned it, that instead of on the conditional use permit, you put the 3% on the building permit, because that's where the cost of construction really does come in this entire process conversation, BNI Cole came in and said, well, 3% of the total cost of construction is kind of hard for us to figure out, because if they're moving dirt and all this stuff, there's not really like a construction cost there. So they requested to look into if we could do it like Mercer and McLean have it, and it's a dollar amount plus a per acreage dollar amount. So ultimately, the board at the last meeting decided not to change anything in the conditional use permit fees or building permit fees, other than to add a conditional use permit fee specifically for coal mining and excavation for $3,000 plus $5 for every acre over 10 acres. That is their recommendation. That's the motion they passed. Everything else just kind of got left as it is. I said I would bring everything we've looked at over the last several months. It's got what our fees are currently. This is the recommended schedule. I have the draft schedule for the 3% of the total cost of construction up to $500,000. And then a draft schedule for the building permit, 3% of the total cost. And then conditional use was like a flat fee plus acreage possibly. But none of these are really up for consideration currently. It's just the recommended schedule with the yellow highlights. So, unless the commissioners want to change our permit fees, that's the only change that the board recommended unanimously to change, is the adding coal mining and excavation for conditional use.
So we did it for one, but nobody else. So we did it for one, but nobody else, because they.
Everything else falls under industrial and is at this 0.001 times the total cost of the project, plus $1 for every acre over 10 acres. And that's what we've had for a couple of years now. The 0.001 can kind of be a pain, but it is what it is, so.
Right, so this is similar to what Mercer and McLean County are doing?
For coal mining and excavation, they have like a flat dollar amount plus an
No,
acreage.
we're not gonna have that though?
No, that is what they're recommending.
The yellow line.
Oh,
That is what's recommended.
3,000 plus $5
So we keep
an
everything
acre.
the way it is, but then we add this 3,000 plus. And I think for,
So that's an additional.
that's just an additional fee that they have. BNI is planning on expanding their mining operation and needs to come and get a conditional use permit from us. And when they brought their application, I don't know if Lane's still here, it's been a few months. They brought an application to just have me look at it to see what they all needed. And we were trying to figure out the permit fee based on the 0.001 times the total cost of the project. And they're like, well, we can't really do that because moving dirt is not really there's a cost, but it's hard to figure. And so they said the only construction cost would be their water, the retaining ponds, which is not a very high, I mean, it was like
In the grand
$400.
scheme, yeah.
And so they said, well, would you consider, while you're looking at all of these other permits, putting one just for coal mining and excavation like Mercer County and McLean County have, that's based on a dollar amount plus an acreage versus a percentage cost for them. So that's what I brought forth. The board said, leave everything else the way it is and add this, so. Unless you guys have other thoughts or recommendations. I know Emmons County last year did a 3% on their conditional use permit fees, so that's kind of where that came in. I know former Commissioner Berger is the one that kind of brought it forth for discussion, so. But if you don't change it, other than this, it stays where it's at with the .001 for industrial uses.
I guess if McLean and Mercer,
Yeah.
0.001, like pennies. So.
I mean, depending on
Depending
how
on the
much
dollar amount.
the project costs.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree, but
Is there any public comment allowed?
I would think so. No.
go ahead.
This is just me with you guys telling us we're short on money. What, is there been a comparison to what they presented versus the 3%? And then I would call bull on them saying they don't know how to calculate that. They have been moving dirt for how many years? And I'll just give you an example. I was doing business as an excavator in South Dakota, and they require excise tax, even if the owner supplies it. And then I'm like, well, how am I supposed to calculate excise tax on something the owner supplied as material? And you know what they told me? They said, you do this every day, you can figure it out, just give us a ballpark estimate. So whether they're off a few $100,000 on the cost of this is of little consequence when we're talking about a fee in revenue. And, of the scope of their size of project. And so I'm just looking through this from the lens of holes already here. I would much rather get money from them than David Farm, to be perfectly honest. But I'm just, have we looked into that a little more? Because when we're taking their, if it's gonna take this many $1 million to move that dirt and they're off $500,000, is it that big of a deal if they capped out at 500,000 or whatever? It's not gonna make a hill of beans difference. It's just an excuse.
so if it's $3,000, does that? I mean, what's the scope of moving it? You $3,000 plus $5 for every acre.
Over 10. I think
I mean, when they put in permits, I mean, how many acres are we talking?
it depends on how
10 or
big the project
15,000, isn't it?
is.
Mr. Berger, do you know how big that project is down by you?
I think when I talked to Greg and Lane last, they figured about 300 acres a year that they mine with the 3 drag lines.
Okay,
How much did you figure? You take like when they're gonna come west of the county road, which
Right.
is gonna happen, there's gonna be more overburden than what they're used to stay out west of town here. And that's why they went up better, easier areas
first.
So, I don't know how you figure it, but.
But
I
they're
guess that's
down by
something.
us.
Okay, excuse me though. So, lost my train of thought.
300
Okay,
acres,
the reason I came up with that
$1,500
3%,
rough.
I had contacted Evans County.
300 acres times 5 is $1,500. It's a lot of acreage.
Okay, what was that?
I said 300 acres times $5 an acre over is $1,500 for $300 acres.
Okay, so the reason I had contacted Evans County a year ago, they're the ones that said they put a 3% on it. So I just brought it to the planning and zoning, let's look at something, because what we're getting now isn't paying the bills. So if you put in even a 1.5% on it, you've got it up front, then you've got the money to start for ambulance, fire, and especially law enforcement. That's gonna be our biggest concern with any industry coming in. And we don't have the money, how are we gonna get these cops hired? Because Jim's been working on it for how long? We were lucky to get the last one we got as fast as we did. But we've gotta have something up front. And the formula we have right now isn't gonna cut it. It's not even gonna pay the road bills. So that's why I proposed it all at the beginning.
all building permit money goes into the general fund. So it's building and conditional use permit.
That'd be 60,000. If you did 3% on that $2 million wind tower, you're looking at $60,000 a tower. Data center, you'd be looking at $6 million.
We have a wind turbine building fee already at 500 per turbine, so we'd have to adjust that as well. Just throwing that out there.
I think we need to increase to something, I just don't know what. I mean,
Yeah, we're with 1%, because 3 might be a little much.
Brad, what did you say at 3%? Say it all.
so a 3% on a $2 million wind tower would be $60,000.
Okay.
Data center, they're looking at $2 billion. Data center, you're looking at $6 million.
That's why, then take it down to half and 1.5%. I think we just need to increase it, look at something.
Yeah, because .001 is,
Nothing.
it's not even a penny.
No. That's why the discussion was 3%, I knew it was high,
Right,
even for wind, but we've got to have something to work with.
right.
Brad, that's the wind farm.
I know. It's huge.
And that's at 1%.
That's at one.
That was 1%. That's not 3, that's 1.
That's at one.
Then you can't do 3.
No,
No.
no.
About, we're in between the two.
I'm comfortable with 1.
Yeah, the one is,
Because that's $1.5 million, Lee, plus what they're paying in taxes.
So that's on a permit, though, that's not on a conditional use permit.
Well, there were two scenarios presented, whether it's on a building permit or a conditional use permit. If you put it on the building permit, I know there are other counties who have like conditional use permit, they do like a flat fee of $25,000 or something like that for a conditional use permit, so that they can use the land for that project. Some counties also require on top of that a line of credit or a bond.
I mentioned the conditional use permit and the building permit are both 0.001% or 0.001 total cost of the project. So it's like, do we want to do a flat fee for the conditional use? And then the building permit do more? Or that percentage?
I would think the building permit, you'd want to do more because not
same
everything
here, yeah,
follows
yeah.
underneath the conditional use permit.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, we double it in both permits.
That's the fee right now. It's the
It's the
.001 on the
0.001.
industrial for
On
both
both.
building and conditional use.
Brad, if
do
we
we,
move-
do we
if
need
we-
to make that decision right now, or can we look at numbers?
If you want to think about it, I mean, it's
If
not.
we take that, move the decimal over 1,
Yeah,
that's,
point-
that, 0.01, that would
Oh,
be 1%.
I was thinking of that too. Yeah.
That's the number. I would just brainstorm it. I mean, if you guys want to table it till next month, we can, but.
We've been tabling this for a
I'd
while,
rather
just
not.
saying.
Okay, let's get it done then.
What's,
.01,
Well,
Brad,
planning and
is-
zoning has, I guess
is the
the
number I
commissioners
showed
are
you.
just looking at this
Okay.
now.
on the wind farm.
that's 1%.
Oh, they've looked at it before.
Not that,
And then it brought back that we needed to do it again.
well, we've changed them a few times over the last few years just because
But
there's been
do you
things
do
brought up.
1% straight across the board? Or do you?
For that.
I'm not opposed to that.
I'm not either.
Well, I'm not either. I mean,
How do we
just-
calculate it at the mine though?
well,
Because that's operations, is that actually building?
On the conditional use or the building? And what are you, the 1% on which one? Building
On the
permits or
on the
conditional?
mining stuff.
Well, that's why this kind of got brought up. was the acreage, a flat fee in the acreage. But I mean, like,
Do you do a 0.5% on the building permit and a 0.5% on the conditional use?
So if they're only on one side or the other?
I don't know. I mean, that would be another option.
Yeah.
It's not mandatory that we do it now, but let's get our figures together for our next gathering for the planning and zoning.
I would agree with that, because I mean, you're talking big,
It's a
big
pretty
figures.
substantial.
Yes, yes, and
Yeah.
it's a
can
huge,
you send me ideas so that I can
Yes.
type up like a draft for you
Propose.
guys to look at on paper for the next meeting? Like, send me your thoughts.
Do we want to run that through planning and zoning, or just us three do it?
well, it's already.
That's what planning and
That is,
zoning.
fine. Okay,
That's what
then
they
we'll just do it
recommend.
as amended.
Yeah.
We'll just
Yeah.
amend it.
Yep,
Okay.
Yes.
that's what they.
That was
they
their
recommend.
proposal.
This one, yeah, this is their recommendation. This one is the current fee schedule as it stands today.
Okay.
Like, so if anybody submits a
And I
permit
don't,
tomorrow,
so I would vote down what they have proposed today.
We would have to, yeah, I agree. Okay,
table,
yes, please.
I'll make a motion to table till next meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
just send me some figures so I can make a couple more
Okay.
ideas for you.
Data center updates?
Could we, take a bathroom break before we get too far?
Mr. Naring, can we,
Commissioners, thanks for
Hold on.
can we take about a 5-minute break?
Oh,
Some people got floating teeth.
I'd like to use the restroom for just.
This is still on. If I mute it, it dies.
I do, I do.
Oh, there you go. That's how I was going back with my notes trying to figure out what it was. It was on the commission. Yeah, no, it's good to see you.
We got to set a record.
Hey, this isn't as bad as some of the ones we've had, it's okay.
Well, we went 6.5 hours at one time.
Yep.
I'm gonna drop off some more signs in your
Oh, okay, Jody called me this morning, she said she's gonna pick up some.
Yeah.
I got
Did you
I got a
get
few
the-
placed, yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Oh, cool. About half of them, yeah.
Sure.
You're on live stream.
Oh.
As an FYI. I can't shut it off, otherwise we got problems. I told you.
Yeah, I know.
I told you. I know this one, she has a deal on that.
She wants to get out of here?
I don't know.
Well, she'll be almost, she won't be there. How far is it from here to Hazen? 45 minutes from home, half of home. She'll be there at 5:30.
I don't know, it depends on how fast you drive.
Well, we got both law enforcement in the building, so she's probably good. To the county line. Yeah, a little late for that. I'm trashed.
Oh, did you? Oh, yeah.
You're on, Dave.
Okay, I forgot who I was. Chairman and Commissioners, thanks for the opportunity to be here. Dave Nearing, Director of Local and Regional Affairs for Applied Digital. Wanted to give you a brief update on where we've been, where we're at now, and then where we're going forward. I've got Janelle Holmes, who's our Senior Counsel of Real Estate Regulatory, here as well today, and she will talk about some of the things going forward regarding applications, permits, etc. We have identified, and as most of you probably already know, Valor Contracting out of West Fargo is their general contractor for this project. They've hired DEC, which is Designing Earth Contractors, to do the dirt work. They mobilized last week and started doing some dirt work. A little bit about them. We have had a couple of missteps, I would say hiccups, and when I found out about it, notified them. They were extremely responsive, have taken care of any of those and have addressed those with their trucking company, for one, their employees, and have spent a significant amount of time making sure that these things don't happen again. And I think they were relatively minor. Commissioner Dahl asked that we would get some signs out on the highway. That was something that they probably should have thought about. They didn't, but we got a hold of the contractor. They had them out that night. Had them made in Bismarck, hauled up here and out that night. So to say they've been extremely responsive, I'd say is accurate, and seem to be doing a good job sourcing locally materials, services, dealing with as many local folks as they possibly can. In addition to local hires. I know that DEC has hired, up to this point, and this was as of the day before yesterday, had hired 5 Oliver County residents as operators on the equipment. We also have a contractor out there doing some geotech work, doing some boring. You've probably seen the rigs out there. There's 2 rigs out there doing that. They're right now, to give you a little bit of background on the SWIP. The SWIP, as you guys probably are aware, is the pollution prevention plan for stormwater through the DEQ, North Dakota DEQ. That was in place on the 22nd of May. On the 26th of May, they installed all of the practices to follow the SWIP. So we're compliant with the SWIP at this point.
and be moving forward with any of those other things as far as regulatory as we go forward. Let's see, what else do we have to talk about here? We're also in the process of interviewing for a community engagement coordinator. We really desire that person to be an Oliver County resident. That's a person that would be here in the county, that would be able to be at every meeting, also engaging with the community, every day, so that if there's a concern or a question or whatever, that there will be a local person here to answer that if they can, and if they can't, to get one of our team members to answer that for them. So that's in process right now. We hope to have that person on board as soon as possible, within a month, I would say. I think that's all I've got, unless you've got questions for me, but Janelle can talk about permitting applications if you'd like. So, thank you.
I got you.
Chair, Commissioners, and I will also put we are looking for a campus director, which would be fantastic if that was a Oliver County resident. Just have to have some construction experience or large utility experience, any of those types of things. Please put in your app, and we would love for that to happen. I would reiterate with what Dave said. If there are ever any questions, you guys know how to get a hold of us. Please do. Dave and I live, close by, so we will do our best, and especially until that community engagement officer is hired, then Dave and I, at least in the Bismarck-Mandan area, can come up and do whatever needs to happen. So we are working on those geotech borings. They're helping to inform what our foundation, what the engineers think our foundation should be. So once that kind of happens, they can get final placement, because we'll have to know how deep and all the things that engineers know. And we'll be able to provide that. That should be here provided in this month, and I intend to provide it to you in advance of your July meeting, because I know you indicated you wanted the building permit to be approved by the county commission. So the site plan and the building permit plan, I've been bugging those engineers to get it to us as soon as possible so that you can look at it and have time to adjust it before that public meeting. Site plan would also be part of it. We've got that rough plan, but it will be more dialed in as we get the foundations kind of sorted out and everything. We are also, I know Dave has been working with the highway department in terms of 22nd, which is the road that is county controlled, and the possibility of not just a road use or Howell Road, but perhaps improving it at our costs. But we will have to get landowner easements to be able to do that type of boring, to kind of get the engineers again to tell us and recommend whatever can happen. I believe that Moore Engineering has been indicated that they would be the ones you guys would want to use as county engineers, and I've worked extensively with them in the past. In fact, met with them on a different matter on Monday, I think it was. So we have no problem proceeding with them, and would provide whatever data, and then they can design it to your guys' specs, and then the intent would be we would pay for it to be improved to whatever that amount is. So we're working through that process. And I think that was the main conditions you guys had on your zoning changes at this time for permits or applications, unless I have forgotten something.
Just the water usage, but I mean, that'll come in the future, so.
Yeah, and the sound study will be continuing, because it's going to be, I'm not sure if he's gone out there and put the receivers up to get the ambient yet or not. But those engineers usually do pretty good after they've got their ambient, and then they are able to stack it.
So question one, have you met with North Dakota DOT yet, working on the turning lanes?
Brad Martin.
Okay, yep, so that would be with our senior design and construction group. They're the ones.
They've been in contact with them.
Okay. I did talk with Jesse, the DEQ?
DEC, yep.
DEC?
Yep.
Okay. And suggested that they put up no jake brake usage signs. That was brought to me by one of the neighboring
on
people.
Our property?
Well, no, it would actually have to go in the road ditch
I'm not-
And that's why I was asking if you'd met with DOT, because I'm sure that's something that has to be approved through DOT. But even if we just put a suggested, it doesn't have to be law, but if you just put up a sign, don't use Jake brakes, the majority of the people.
I don't think that's legal, because the DOT manual provides that it has to follow the signage requirements
Okay.
on that. And do you have an ordinance for no jake brakes in your county, or the ability to impose it?
In the city, I believe we do, don't we?
Just the city?
We've got them on the Hensler Road.
On the Hensler Road, we have
Hensler Road,
them.
we've got them.
Right.
I could
And
speak-
Hanover.
I could speak to that a little bit, I think. The contractor is having regular meetings, daily meetings. I think what we do is highly suggest to all of the drivers, don't use your brake brakes.
I think he has
unless
your-
it's an
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, we've done that and tarping loads. Yep, we've already communicated that because we can only control so much with means and methods with them. If they're breaking the law though, my prosecutor hat would come up and help you sort through that, absolutely. So, but I also know as I worked at the DOT that we have to follow sign code. So, if it goes in there right away, they've got to approve it.
Okay, that's what I was
Yeah.
suggesting,
But
is that
we
we
will-
get that approval from DOT. If
Well,
that's
I'll
something you
talk
can
to
add
Andy
to, yes.
Okay.
Yes, please, please. And then I think you already answered the other one, the building permit hopefully will be, and the site plan will be submitted prior to next commit. Okay. And then I spoke with Jesse, and this is a question for the commissioners. They want to be able to use their water truck to come into town, purchase water from the city to haul out to the site to keep for dust control. It's a legal.
As long as it's DOT legal.
Yes,
I
it
have
is.
no issues
It
with
is, yep. He said it's a big piece of equipment and just wanted the public to know that it is street legal.
City's supplying the water?
The city is gonna sell them water until,
Rupture duck.
Rupture Duck is up and operational. I wanted to say rubber duck, you know, I knew better.
Okay.
So, but yeah, the
That's good.
city's gonna sell them water until then. So, but they wanted permission just to
Good.
let us know that that's what their intentions were.
And that's just to keep the dust control
Yes,
in the,
yes.
it's not for use and whatever.
And I think that's all I got for you guys.
If, for the dust things, if they were to come in and buy the water, it would, and the city gets an extra amount of money that they make off of that. Otherwise, what they could
Southwest
do, I
Water,
assume
isn't
you
it?
guys have the rural ones
That's
that
Southwest Water, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
do as well.
Yes,
City
they're
will get
purchasing right through the
Southwest
city,
Water.
so the
Right.
city will make.
City will make
money,
City gets a
yes.
cut out of it.
Yes, exactly.
So it would actually be an additional revenue to the city instead
Yes.
of us getting it from the, you know, what you use for chemicals for farming.
One last thing that I forgot to mention, sorry, Janelle, I
Oh,
didn't
go
scare
ahead.
you. Our job postings are on LinkedIn. So if you go to LinkedIn, go to Applied Digital, you'll see the job postings. Janelle mentioned the site manager, construction manager, community engagement coordinator. They're all listed on LinkedIn under our site. So I encourage you to take a look. Thanks.
Personal appearance, Tammy Clark.
Hello there, Mr. Commissioner, and Mr. Chair, I should say, and Commissioners. I've been waiting a long time to chat with you guys, but thank you for having me today. I was invited here to speak on the data center issue as a professional industrial hygienist, occupational and environmental health and safety professional. I've worked in the space of industrial, commercial agriculture, and construction for over 20 years. And so I have been speaking recently on some of the things that I have seen and have experienced and some concerns that people are having with the data center. So I've listened today about fair and free use and enjoyment of properties, health and safety concerns, noise concerns, and broken promises of corporations, promises not delivered. And these are all the things that I have been talking about, that I have been seeing, that we have been seeing with the development of these large hyperscale data centers. So we've had data centers around for 20-some years. They have been very small in nature. They've had very, relatively few server racks and servers, standalone systems that serve hospital systems, banking systems, financial systems, and those are not an issue. But recently, we've seen this massive invasion of these hyperscale data centers, and they've been creating a lot of problems, but people are not getting all of the information. And if you're not in a field like mine, you wouldn't even know. You wouldn't know to know these things. And the billion-dollar companies are not telling you. In fact, they're flat out lying, and they're gaslighting people like me who are spewing facts. So here are some things that we look at in our profession and that we're seeing, and that people all over this country are now screaming from the roof that they're experiencing as a result of data centers in their backyard. So I was invited here because I have friends here. I've been friends with people in this county for many years, and was just invited here to educate you and inform you on the facts before you make any final decisions on allowing anything like this in your constituents' backyards. So I just want to start by saying I am not against technology. I am not against data centers, and I'm not against AI. I use ChatGPT myself. But I do want to say we do not need this amount or this size of data centers to power AI, even what is coming, because what we have, computational computing outputs, quantum computing coming at us, we do not need what they're trying to ram down our throats in every county across this country right now for computational outputs. It's not necessary. We already have technology that exists that can provide computational outputs the size of a dining room table. That exists. They are already working on flying data centers the size of a dining room table into outer space. All of that race is on right now. This is happening. Google executives have admitted, when I was out in the Senate, the Kansas Senate not too long ago, Google was there, their attorneys were there. Google admitted, if you do not give us the tax breaks and the corporate subsidies, we will go somewhere else, when asked flat out. They also have admitted, several Google executives have admitted, they won't be here in a few years. They won't need to be. It will be more expensive to maintain these facilities than it will be to embrace the new technologies that are coming fast. They know this. So why are they doing this? Well, right now this AI bubble is about to burst. It is being falsely propped up by Wall Street. And everybody in the cyber tech world or the cybersecurity world will tell you the same thing. This is not going to last. These hyperscale campuses are going to be abandoned. And then what? Your community will be stuck with something that you can't possibly deconstruct, decommission, or remediate.
So why would they be building so many if there's actually no use? I mean, they're spending billions of dollars for nothing.
Contracts. OpenAI, Oracle, Microsoft, they have billion-dollar contracts right now that they need to fulfill.
You don't think those contracts are going to continue? Data center already has a 15-year signed contract, so.
They are putting billions of dollars up front into this, but it's because they have billions of dollars on the line if they do not fill their contracts for a certain number of outputs to be built in a certain amount of time. So they have already said these facilities will be abandoned. Many of them, I'm not saying every single one will, but many of them will. And then what are we going to do? It will be cheaper for them to just switch gears, take advantage of the newer technology, and, ocean cooling, space cooling, and you will be left with an issue. So there are some things that I tell people when I'm working with local planning and zoning boards, county commissions, state legislative bodies. There are some requirements if you are going to allow companies like this to come in. First of all, they do not belong in communities. Very serious human and environmental impacts.
Such as?
Tonal noise is the one, and I'm really concerned about this ambient study that they're working on, because how can you study something that's not there? Tonal noise is frequency. They don't have their cooling servers up and running yet. So there's no way. We're not just talking about audible noise that's measured in dBA decibels. We're talking about 24/7 exposures to frequencies, infrasound, that has very serious biological impacts on both humans
So how do
and
you know these biological impacts are affecting people if the data centers have been out since the 40s and there's not hundreds of people that are already sick?
Not to this impact. And this is why we have now, the communities that are living next to these hyperscale data centers are fairly new. And we have communities all over now. Texas, there's a whole city in Michigan, Pelagiac, that is suing the data center because they're all sick. Headaches, stress, anxiety, nervousness, sleeplessness.
Have you been to the data center in either of the two locations?
I've not been to the data centers here, but I've looked at them. And I know,
In Allendale and in Hardwood?
I've not been in there in person, but I've looked at them. And I've been very involved with a lot of boards that have been bussed in for field trips, things like that. And so I'm a little bit concerned because they know when you're coming. They come when it's cooler, they can turn servers and fans off.
Right.
I'm just telling you.
Well, I would disagree with you because I went there myself.
But they
And
knew
there
you were
was,
coming, didn't they?
they knew I was coming, but, okay. If
So was
if you
it loud?
Are you here to provide information
Okay, but
or
here's.
to advocate for?
Well, no,
business?
Pat, hold on a second. Let me finish what
Because you're
I'm
hearing
asking.
one-sided
But,
information.
no, they don't turn the servers off because the first minute that they would shut the computers down
I'm not talking
would
about,
custom.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the cooling systems. They
Okay,
can shut
so
those
if
off
they shut the
temporarily.
cooling systems off and their computers overheated, the first minute that they're down would be a $10 million fine.
They
I
can
don't
turn
foresee
those off
anybody doing that.
temporarily. Yeah, they can actually turn those off temporarily.
Can you turn the radiator off in your car temporarily
It's
and not
the
overheat
same.
your car?
That's not the same, these are HVAC systems, they
They're-
can be turned
they're-
on and off. I
They're
work
a
with HVAC
closed
systems like
loop
this.
system, yes. I
That's
have
a
one in
water
my,
system.
I have one in my house.
You're talking about a water system, a closed loop system. so
Yes,
that's
a
another
closed
issue.
loop water and
So I
glycol
came here to
system.
just provide you with information that if you are going to look at doing something like this, there are some requirements that you should put in place to protect human
I-
beings and livestock, because this tonal noise is a big problem with livestock as well. It reduces their mating cycles, their milk production goes down, they don't have the desire to eat, that tonal noise affects them so significantly. And this is why towns and cities are.
And where are you getting
abandoning.
these studies from? Because I've tried to look this stuff up and I'm not,
This is part of my profession.
okay,
We
and,
have another health and safety professional in this room who can back me up on that. Tonal noise is part of environmental health and safety and occupational health and safety.
and
and
you
this
have
has
a
been
degree from where?
With Fair State University.
Okay,
And I have
You have a
government
bachelor's
credentials.
degree, right?
Yes, and I have
Mhm.
government credentials from several different government agencies and organizations.
For
How many
tonal noise.
jurisdictions
It's
have you,
industrial hygiene, this is what industrial hygiene is.
how many jurisdictions have you been recognized in as an expert?
Jurisdictions?
Mhm.
The whole country. I've
Okay,
testified
how
in
many
the
times have
United
you
States Supreme
testified in court and been recognized
I've
as an
testified
expert?
in the United States Supreme Court against OSHA. and
So the United
stopped
States
the
Supreme
mandates
Court
of
is an
that.
appellate court. I'm talking about you've been responsible for providing evidence in a district court how many times?
Yes, several times.
weren't interrogated
No kidding. Yeah,
no
kidding. Well, I'm just here to provide you with
Well-
information because I know you guys don't get this kind of
well,
information.
well, what
because you
I'm,
don't hear from
the
professionals
point I
like
was
us.
trying to tell you is the fans were running when I was there. I could
Okay.
hear them. So you telling me that they know I'm coming and they're gonna shut stuff off
Well, we
was
know
a
this-
false statement.
We know this has happened. I have talked with others where this has happened. I don't know if they did that in this particular
I
facility.
know they didn't because I was standing next to it. I was
But
listening to it.
But the other issue is, I'm not just talking about audible noise, I'm talking about tonal noise. They can control audible noise pretty easily, actually. They cannot control tonal noise that easily. They've got to be really careful. Things need to be built on springs, not set on concrete pads, etc. So I'm just saying, if you're going to allow facilities like this to come in, where we know they create very serious harms, not just to people,
Okay,
but to
go
the
ahead.
environment, there are some requirements that you should probably put in
Okay.
place. But
No, go ahead.
no, clearly you're not interested, so.
Well, no, I'm-
Thank you for having me.
No.
It's very clear you've already made up your mind.
I haven't.
And this is
We haven't.
quite far in the process.
Ma'am,
Yes,
it's clear that you have an agenda and that's fine.
I don't have an
These are the
agenda.
decision makers here.
that's why I was here to provide you with information that I know you're not getting because you are not in my
Well,
profession.
Can we
Well, what
hear
I'm-
what
yes.
the recommendations are?
Okay, first and foremost, if you're going to allow a facility like this to come in, we're not comparing apples to apples here. A Boeing or manufacturing facility is not the same as a hyperscale data center. Hyperscale data centers create very serious human and environmental impacts that other industrial facilities do not create. Therefore, we need to have some global safeguards in place, and this is what has not happened yet. These are fairly new. We haven't even had time to do the metadata analysis studies. All we can rely on right now are observational and real-world studies, which are out there. I mean, the results are speaking for themselves, which is why this is such a concern for professionals like me. My colleagues and I have been out there testifying all over the country about this. And so there are no global safeguards yet, and that's what we're calling for. So number one, siting is very important. That's probably the most important thing. These facilities should be sited in areas like brownfields, Superfund sites, abandoned industrial areas, and areas where people are not living, not near schools, not near communities. or near farms where livestock can be so negatively impacted, because we know this tonal noise, animals, horses and cows have been known to bang their heads on the barn doors. Their milk production goes down because they lose their appetites. Their livestock is born at lower birth weights. So being exposed to tonal noise is a problem for ranchers and farmers, and that's what my concern is for this community with something like that in such close proximity. The other problem is that we have a cumulative exposure issue with the overhead lines, with the substations, the winds, the EMF, the ELF, the frequencies, the infrasound. It's a cumulative exposure, and that creates a problem. But just because you don't hear it doesn't mean you're not experiencing it. That tonal noise really creates inflammation in the body and in the brain in particular, and it causes cortisol to rise, which is why we see so many behavioral issues with young children. It particularly affects children in the developing frontal lobe of the brain. Like I said, it causes stress, anxiety, sleeplessness, irritability, depression, and this is what so many people living in communities, Texas, Europe, all around the world and around the country, they're starting to see this now. And all of the citizens in the city of Dowagiac just recently filed a lawsuit against the company that built the data center there because they cannot get away from that noise. It's not just audible, it's the tonal noise, the hum. It's a noise you feel. And it very seriously affects
So are
you.
we talking a blockchain data center, or are we talking a closed loop data center? Because they're two totally different.
Closed loop systems, you're talking about the water systems. You're talking about cooling.
Glycol.
Glycol uses 50% water.
Okay.
Okay, so don't let them fool you and say, oh, we're gonna use an alternative cooling system, we won't access your water, because glycol is still a 50% water solution. So one of the other requirements that I tell them is the siting has to be away from the human and environmental impacts, away enough that it's not gonna harm people or animals.
But I
Number
guess
two
what I'm
would be
asking.
water. Well, then
Okay.
number two would be the water issue. I would not allow them access to our aquifers, rivers,
We already
city,
put,
municipality.
we already have those in place.
Well, that's why I'm saying it sounds like it's probably too late here. But there are alternatives.
Why is it too late if we put those stipulations in place?
If you've already put them in place that they're gonna use a glycol solution?
No, I put in place that they cannot use water out of our aquifer, and they bring it from off-site. They're not allowed to drill into our aquifer and re-inject anything.
Or
So
use
those,
municipality water? Good, well, good.
So
Then
those-
you're already on that one, that's good.
and the other, the infrasound you're talking about.
That's
the-
my concern, because how are they testing that it's not even built yet?
Okay,
Where are
so
they testing
how are you testifying to that if it hasn't been built yet?
Because it's been proven in data centers just like these all over.
There's not data centers like these all over though.
They're having hyperscale data centers are not, this is a very, this is a unique one to
This
Oliver
style
County.
is not a blockchain data center. It is a closed loop data center that we don't have.
It doesn't matter if it's blockchain. Does its servers get hot and it needs to be cooled?
Okay, so what are they cooling them with?
Are they gonna have HVAC? Are they gonna have fans? Are they gonna have anything other than glycol?
They have fans to a certain temperature degrees.
Exactly.
After the temperature degrees, then they use cooling.
But that's where the tonal noise kicks in, and it is a hum, and I'm sorry, but it needs to be tested. These are my recommendations.
Okay.
I'm just saying, this is what we have seen, this is what is happening all over the country, and it's making people sick. It's causing significant issues in the environment with livestock, farms, and human beings. So I'm just here to provide you the information.
I don't believe that because when I was in Ellendale at the data center, there's ducks swimming in the pond a couple 100 feet away, and if it was a noise issue.
You don't have to believe it, but this is my career field, and these types of facilities are causing very serious human and environmental impacts all across the world. You may have seen ducks swimming in a pond. What does that have to do with the price of beans? I mean, I went to EPA, East Palestine, Ohio, and was involved in a lawsuit
If it's making
against them. There were
animals
still
sick, are animals just gonna sit there and get sick?
Animals do get sick and die. We saw that I've seen it with toxic exposures like I did in East Palestine. The animals didn't die overnight, but they got very sick, and now we have cancer clusters, and we have neurological diseases and a lot of birth defects happening in East Palestine, just like I predicted would happen with what I saw. So this is my career field.
Okay, what's your third?
I'm just saying, light. You need to control the light if people live nearby, because light pollution happens for a long ways, quite a ways away, People can walk around in their homes at night and they can still see perfectly fine, which disrupts sleep and creates issues. A decommissioning plan. I heard you guys were talking about a little bit of that up front, so that's good. Because when these facilities are abandoned, they don't have decommissioning plans. And we have had Google attorneys actually confirm that. So you need to require something from them up front in escrow so that if they do abandon, they're responsible for deconstructing, decommissioning, and remediating, and not leaving the county with that paycheck. And then, of course, the soil will need to be remediated as well. So there are just some things that we can put into place that are very simple, but what we're seeing is that most planning, zoning commissions, most county commissions, even state legislative bodies, just throw money at them. Tax subsidies, corporate subsidies, they promise you the moon and then they don't deliver. And this is what we're seeing happen all over as well. I just heard somebody talking about that in here with some of the wind farms. I've seen it with solar farms. The companies, they sell off, they change companies, they go bankrupt, the farmer's left after 2 years not getting any money. Now he's also left with the inability to go back to farming because his soil has been contaminated, and what's he gonna do? He can't afford to decommission. So these are things we just need to look at, and most people that I talk to are just not getting all of the information. They're getting very one-sided information from executives that are paid to sell their product. And they're not being told the full scope and the weight and the seriousness of the negative, oftentimes permanent human and environmental impacts that we already know. These are very well known.
So what's a way to stop this sound noise you're talking about?
There are things they can do when it comes to HVAC systems. The way they're built, the way they're designed, they don't need to be set on cement pads, they can be set on springs.
How do you set a 2 foot thick slab of concrete on springs? Do you
I'm not
realize how
saying
much the buildings weigh?
I understand that because I'm involved in construction and designs all the time. I'm
don't.
not saying that. I'm saying it's a different design. We as environmental health and safety professionals and industrial hygienists have to always engineer the hazard out. So we look at the design. We can do different designs. We don't need to do things the cheapest way. We need to do things the most effective way.
Solve me a design to, if the noise is there, how do we stop it from?
Distance, sighting.
Okay.
Number one, sighting is
And you can
important.
also put up a solid sound barrier with a non-solid core and another sound barrier.
Total noise goes right through concrete. Yes, it does.
It goes through concrete, but if
And
you
it will
put,
bounce off a lot of things. Keep going.
if you put in a non-dense foam behind it, it will not continue on.
And that's an engineering design. There you
Yes.
go.
So-
That's what I'm talking about.
But that's what I
Nobody-
asked you.
Nobody is testing for this.
You just told me it would transfer through, and I just told you how to stop
It will
it.
go through concrete. You just explained
Yes.
to me to put up a concrete wall. I said, home noise will go through concrete. It will go through the foundation of your homes. I also suggested putting up springs. I agree with you, different engineering designs and materials.
So that's
Number
something we
one,
can do other than putting it on springs,
foresight.
because.
You're right. You're right. There's a lot of things we can do, actually. We
Okay.
can come up with a lot of different engineering designs, and we need to think alternatively, and we need to think comprehensively, because there's a whole lot more going on here, putting people, the community, and our environment at risk. And with the way that they're being built all over this country like this, we have such a cumulative exposure that it makes me very concerned. We're losing our farmlands for this. So I'm not paid by anybody. I just abide by the ethics of my profession, and I would not be very ethical if I was not honest about some of these things and making you aware. So do with that what you want. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we respond if it's
You
against the
sure could.
Chair, Commissioners, I think this is fantastic because you guys were able to handle most of those concerns she had with the conditions on the vote you made. So fantastic. That sound study provides what all the equipment is and then builds out, not just DBA, but the entirety. That's, I believe, why you asked for a sound study, not just DBA. It includes tonal frequency, all of those things by a third-party engineer who is licensed in the area in which he deals with ESI Engineering is who we use. We are able to, I'm trying to remember, I think there were 6 things that were mentioned. You already took care of the water. She said that you guys did good on that. We are going to be coming to you with the site plan and with the sound study, so you're going to have those build outs of how far it goes. in terms of the building, the $200 million building would obliterate your tax base if you required it to be removed. So under current state law with 1176, I understand why you did not want to require it be destroyed if it could be reused, especially when you've got mortgages that will be on that building that those folks are going to want to return on their money. And you're going to want your property tax to continue. So that's
Correct.
extremely important. So I think what I've heard from her is you guys did a great job with our project, and the concerns that she raised, you did before she came. So I think that's fantastic.
All right, thank you.
Chris Olson?
Mr. Chair, if I might, I'm going to hand you a slide back here, one for each, and either the attorney or the auditor. So folks, I realize I'm standing between you, your farm, your business, and or a beer right now, so I'll try not. I do lecture at the University of Toronto, and you might hear the accent there a bit. I'm trying not to go 3 hours. I want to make clear for the outset of this portion. So earlier today I was here on behalf of NextEra talking about the wind setbacks. Only because I happen to be coming to this meeting today for the wind side. I'm not being paid by NextEra for this presentation. These are not the pins of NextEra. And in addition to that, I do not work with Applied Digital. So just very quickly, and I think a lot of what Ms. Clark, I know she's left, so that's fine. Just going to address a couple of the issues and sort of kind of go back through it. Yeah, no, and I realize she does. Yeah, I wasn't saying she was being rude, but I recognize she's got another engagement. So very quickly, again, just to go over my qualifications. I've got 25 years as an environmental health consultant, PhD, master's, undergraduate degree. I teach at the School of Public Health at the University of Toronto, in addition to my consulting side. Of course, we started with the wind turbines, we work with solar, battery storage, now over the last couple of years, the data centers. So we kind of, and one of the expertise that I have, and maybe to the attorney's point, I've been, your auditor asked for my CV, all the times I've testified, I believe you have that information. I've been testified in numerous courts across the U.S., public service commissions, the like, qualified as an expert. One of those things is in and sound and its relation. Big thing here for you folks, again, every data center is created differently. Okay, so no one data center, with the large scale and hyperscale data centers are all different. That being said, if you kind of run through some of the things that were at the data centers, I'm sure you were at the one in Ellenville. So what you look at, you essentially have large buildings that are house servers. Those have to be cool. Now whether you're going to air evaporate cool, you're going to close loop cool. I'm not the water engineer, so I'm not going to touch that. What I am going to tell you is where do we get the source of the noise? It's from the chillers, and it's from the large dry cool fans on the roof of these buildings, as well as the substations. You folks have numerous substations in the county already. You know what a substation looks like. You know what it sounds like. And the equivalent to these, there are actually equivalent to these that we've had in use for a long time. Essentially, if you think of a large cold storage warehouse, I'm not talking like the little ones. I'm talking about the massive, when you got a rendering plant and they put it in cold storage before they go. The same fans, coolers, chillers essentially are on those buildings. We have been doing with these for many years. Now, these are different because the other things you have in some of these sites, I have no idea what Applied Digital is doing with theirs. Some sites require backup diesel generators. Other sites that you'll see in North Dakota are bringing their own energy through natural gas plants. So there's a number of things that we do have to be careful. You have to properly site, you have to worry about it. I don't know why there's a blank page there, but let's talk about sound. It's the one that's kind of sort of a couple pages in, there's a one sound. So as Ms. Clark said, there's a variety of different sounds, right? And I'm sorry that the picture's a little fuzzy here, but essentially our range of hearing goes from about 20 hertz up to 20,000 hertz. Okay, so as I'm speaking, most of my voice is at about the 2,000 range. That goes down to the low frequency noise, goes up. If you think about the low frequency noise, we're going to come back to hum in a second, what that hum is, and it's real, and it can be seriously annoying, and it can lead to bad things. Not just, we've talked about this, you guys have heard about wind turbines, we've talked about infrasound from turbines for 20 years here as well. So the key here is that when you do, as she said, dBA is just the way we talk about noise in general. Until you get into the fancy engineering side, and you heard the Applied Digital representative say that they've hired the ESI guys out of Minnesota, before we'll talk about that in a second. But ultimately, yeah, you do have sources of noise. If you do put these things too close to people's homes, you're going to cause sleep disturbance, you're going to have all sorts of issues, and then those lead to, cascade of things that can go wrong in your health, right? Think about it, at any time You folks had 3 or 4 nights of sleepless nights, and how bad you felt, like you felt like crap and everything else. Imagine feeling like that for years. We don't do that. We have to site these properly. So typically, you look at about a 50 decibel sound level for these facilities. That's what we know. And the setbacks, you don't have to worry so much about the setbacks because the noise, if you govern it by the noise, you're taking 50 decibels, that takes care of the setback because you have to be that far away, to get to that noise level. You guys have applied, it sounds like you've got applied digital out doing baseline sound monitoring. Absolutely, you should. And again, ESI, so you see the second to last bullet here that I say should be done by an INC. I had no conversations with anybody prior to coming. I made the presentation on the plane on the way over, okay? But I said you need an INC board certified acoustician. That's a professional, licensed, practice acoustics. The guys at ESI are. So you got the right people doing it. They're going to be measuring the whole range of frequencies that are in baseline. Everything from like the very low frequency noise right up to the high frequencies. They're going to have your baseline. Why do you have the baseline? So you know what happens, what could potentially happen when you build the facility. Anybody, whether it's applied digital or another facility. So again, sound for sure, setback. Now let's talk about tonal noise. That is what we really call low frequency noise. Those are the frequencies between 20 hertz and 200 hertz. What does that mean? When we talk about sound, it's like the different hertz, right? So if you think about the keys on a piano, they range from low frequency noise down into kind of 20 or 30s, all the way up into the higher frequencies of 1,000. So if you go bass down at the bottom of the piano, or if you're in your car and you like your really bass coming through in your stereos, that is low frequency noise. Okay, and then the higher sounds of that we do measure it. We also do put it on what's called the DBC scale. What we're seeing, and what I do recommend when we're looking at these noise reports and we're looking at these types of issues, we do get the engineers to look at what they're going to model. So you're going to get a model from the group here and any other group. They're going to tell you what the sound level is going to be on A weighted. I also recommend you get it on C weighted. That is the tonal side. So y'all have an air conditioner. I know not everybody in North Dakota does, but y'all have an air conditioner inside the house. What that tonal noise we're talking about, and really it's more of a low frequency noise. It's that hum. If you're standing right beside your air conditioner, it's that hum. And imagine if you're living with that in your community, day in, day out, with excessive hum, that could be really bad. That could be annoying. That's why we designed these, and all the air conditioners on top of the roofs, they're basically big fans, like your air conditioner. They can generate that sound. We want to make sure that it's not going to come out from an excessive level. What can you do from an engineering side? In the past where we get some of this hum, and we do, there is hum around some of these smaller data centers because they use older fans, high-speed fans, and I can tell you, and I have been to a number of the smaller data centers where you're standing beside them, they are far too loud. I would never work with
the blockchain ones, yes, but
oh yeah, no, 100% Commissioner. Yeah, and I mean, so but the way we're designing these new ones, we're spending tens of millions, $100 million on the right fans, on the right chillers, and then you're gonna have to hum from the substation, right? So if you stand beside wherever the substation is right here in the county, and you stand right beside it, you're gonna hear a low kind of hum from that. Again, these have big substations that are gonna set those back. You need to have all the noise to kill the noise. So ultimately, these things can't be designed very well. Infrasound is something completely different. It has nothing to do with the tonal hum. Infrasound is everything 20 hertz and less. We are very rarely exposed in society, whether it's from this facility or anything else, to infrasound at levels above which cause health problems or that you can hear. The best way that I could describe, the only time you folks probably ever hear infrasound unless you work in a heavy machine shop or like, when you roll your windows down a little bit, one in the back, one in the front, and you get that really annoying kind of thumping, that is actually noise at less than 20 hertz that is so loud, it's 100 to 130 decibels. That's why we roll our windows up, because you don't want to be exposed to that. These facilities do not emit very much infrasound. The wind turbines, for example, emit more infrasound than these do, and we've had a lot of discussion, of course, with the PSC and that over the years. Infrasound is still far below a level that will cause health concern. So overall, yeah, I absolutely encourage you to get the sound report from the folks, have it reviewed, and I'll go one further, whether it's them or anybody else. If you're not comfortable because you don't have enough staff to read it, they can get you a third-party engineer to review the report for you, but make sure that engineer is board certified, board certified. Okay, if you're concerned about it, you don't know how to read it, I'll tell you it took me 20 years to figure out how to read those reports over the years, but at the end of the day, that's a way to go. I mean, there's things you can request. It's not that much money to have a company to get a third party. Absolutely make sure you get an INC board certified professional looking for you. So very quickly, air quality, I, again, no idea whether they got diesel generators. There are ones in the states that have, in the state here, that have diesel generators for backup power. They can operate periodically, right? They're gonna have to turn them over for 5 minutes once a month, like you do in the farm.
Up to an hour.
What's that?
Up to an hour.
Yeah, sure. And then, so up to the hour, and then in addition to that, you know, you may be looking at, you know, they're there only for power blackouts, right? Because they have to keep those servers cool. Now, though, the other source of air quality issues potentially is if you're gonna build a natural gas plant on site. Because they have air emissions, they have natural gas, clean, burning fuel, everything else. But the good news for you folks is all of that's covered by the DEQ. So they have their professional air quality engineers, they need to get their DEQ permit or they don't get to build the site. That's where you, and the DEQ here does the same thing as the DEQ in New York, does the same thing as the DEQ over in Kansas. They follow the national ambient air quality standards as well as the state standards they have. So, you know, if left unchecked, yeah, air quality issues can be bad, but they're not left unchecked on these sites. There's a little bit of discussion about electromagnetic fields and the transmission lines, and then we started getting confused with tonal noise then. EMF does not cause tonal noise. I also do a lot of work and qualified in a number of public services commissions, and in court, I'm dealing with electromagnetic fields from transmission lines. You are going to have EMF from your substation, this substation. You're going to have EMF from all your substations. High voltage lines that have been running through this county forever have EMF. The difference is that if you're standing right under, let's say, a 500 kV line, the really big ones, the level that you're going to have standing right under, if you're going to live right under, the level's going to be about 200, we call it milligauss. We measure it in milligauss, okay? You look like an old Star Trek camcorder thing that Dr. Spock would walk around with, whatever. Kind of looks like that. We measure it all the time. And the regulation or the international standard is 2,000 milligauss. So you could literally live right under power lines. I wouldn't recommend it, not a good idea, but from a health perspective. But from all of these sites, your substations and everything else will be set far enough back, there will not be an issue. You're going to be, the background room right now is about 1 to 4 milligauss, depending on what else plugged in that. If you're at home, I mean, I still have a little bit of hair left. I mean, if you're using the hair dryer, it's about 700. If you're using your microwave, it's about 300. But just typically, as we're, you know, as the attorney's sitting there in front of his computer, he's getting about 200 or so. But the reason we can do that is because the standard is over 2,000. And we don't get anywhere close to that in any environmental condition we have. So we're not going to have to worry about that. You may hear about heat island effect. Essentially, what the heat island effect is, you know, if you're standing in a Walmart parking lot or a big box store parking lot, it's a 100-degree day out, and it feels way hotter than that. It's because the actual, now it's reflecting the heat back up. It's about 115 to 130 degrees while you're standing in the parking lot. You go right kind of next door into the field there, it cools down immediately. All cities have a heat island effect. Right now, even here in the center, right? You've got buildings, you've got asphalt and this. With these data centers, there's some limited work that's just been started and done. It says you might be 1 or 2 degrees Celsius, so about 3-4 degree Fahrenheit, right around the actual facility itself, but it dissipates very quick and it does not impact the local environment, it doesn't impact meteorology, it doesn't impact crops next door.
How far out would that reach?
So by the time, if you look at this graph, it's kind of a rough, but if you get about, you know, half, like, you know, quarter to half mile away, you're well back in the middle. But even with having that couple degree temperature, it's not impacting anything, being right there at the site. So as you remember, like, again, I haven't seen any site plans, I don't know if you have, you know, we're typically talking, there's going to have vegetative cover as well, I'm sure, around this campus and that. Then on top of that, you're going to have a bit of vegetative buffer because it dissipates real rapidly. It'll be less than what you have here in Center.
So it's nothing you really need to worry about?
Nothing you need to worry about. It's certainly not for cropping or anything else. And by the way, I come from a long line of dairy farmers and cash croppers up in Ontario, so when we get to that section, no firsthand. The other thing that you can have as part of these is battery energy storage. I know you folks are starting to hear about the battery energy storage. I don't know if you permitted one in the county yet or not. They're coming as well. Some of the data centers have battery energy storage containers with them as well. There's a very, I could go on for 4 hours on that, I'm not going to do that, but they can catch fire. It's extremely rare. We have a lot of, so NFPA, or the National Fire Protection Association, the way your fire codes and standards are in this building here, the way they are in your home and everything else, all of that's governed by NFPA. And within NFPA, we have very strict rules on how these things are tested, how they're then put into containers, and what happens if one catches fire. Essentially, it's no different than a transformer fire at a substation. Your fire department's already used to do it. If you watch it burn itself out over about 4 hours, and you're not going to have off-gassing that's going to hurt anybody. It's not going to hurt any cattle or anything else. The big thing with this, and I'm not sure, what you've got in place right now. I would
Right.
encourage with Applied Digital, or like, regardless of just the battery storage, if they do or they don't, what I would have is an emergency response plan with they do have, so
They
they
have it contained within the building.
Okay.
And each battery site is contained in its own room.
Sure.
With fire suppression in the room.
Right, and so within that, I would also recommend, it does require under NFPA 55, that's the standard.
Yep.
Is that they meet with the fire chief, there's an emergency response plan put in place prior to going operational, and I'm sure that's what they're gonna do, because they have to. And not only that, but for the whole site, right? So you got a bunch of warehouses with some servers in them. You want the fire chief, you want the staff, you want training, you want to make sure they shouldn't require you specialized equipment, but you want, if something unfortunately goes wrong, you want them to be able to deal with it. Again, there's not going to be any significant off-gas from that. Let's see here. Somehow I think we missed it. No, did we miss? Okay, well, this is my favorite slide on livestock.
This one?
Yeah, that's exactly it, Commissioner. So again, can excessive noise cause impacts on livestock? The one that we know is like very certain, it's not dairy cattle outside the barn, it's dairy cattle inside the barn. You can have inside dairy barns, and when I was a kid in the 70s, I think I probably should have been wearing hearing protection when we were in the barn, and it was so loud and everything was jury rigged and all the fans. These days things have gotten a lot better, but we certainly know excessive noise inside barns like that can cause dairy cattle to have all sorts of issues and lack of protection. We know from, again, whether it's wind projects, any other noise source like this, cattle that are grazing in the field next door, horses and the like, the levels that we're talking about coming off of this facility and going, even if you were pasturing cows right next door, it is not going to affect them. All of the issues on, stillbirth calves, any of that we may hear about, they don't occur. This is noise. We already have this type of noise in our environment. If you think about like all the barns and everything else, so it's not a concern for the cattle.
So you don't think there's any effect to livestock or animals or?
Not from this type of facility. So if you think about the North Dakota's got about 4,000 turbines up, I think, right now. If I remember correctly, it was here a couple of weeks ago at PSC. I believe there's 4,000. There's 78,000 across the country right now. There's over 20,000 in Texas. The vast majority of those are on grazing cattle land. The noise coming from those are greater than what you're going to get from this, and they're very similar, different, spectrum different. But again, some of the we have warehouses, we have cooling plants, we have everything else. Cattle are grazing just fine. Same thing with natural gas plants and the like. So no, I do not anticipate. I have certainly never seen any studies back to the whole point of. I have seen no studies that have said whether people or cattle or livestock or horses are being impacted by these types of centers. I will say though, the block ones, the smaller 5-10 minute, you certainly can have a really big hum, and if we put those right in suburban neighborhoods, that's not a good idea, right? Because you don't want intrusive noise in there, that can lead to bad things. So take home message, follow the science, and it sounds like you guys are already well ahead of it right now. Wouldn't be scared of it, but I hold their feet to the fire. Whoever comes in, whether it's Applied Digital or anybody else, if you need some of those studies peer reviewed yourself, then they can pay for it. But ultimately, these facilities, not only are they going up, they are up, right? So you got 1,000 megawatt Google facility in Oklahoma, not having issues around there. We do, and as much as I'm not being paid to be here today, because I'm not, but I do work with a number of the large hyperscale data center developers doing this type of work to make sure people are properly set. That's all I have for you folks. But if there's anything else you want to ask me, or
You haven't worked with Applied Digital at all?
I have not, no. So I just met the folks, I even haven't said hello yet to
The type of data center they have planned for here, you've been around for?
I did take a look at the original conceptual and what they've said on the website, this is what they're doing. And again, once you get those building drawings, you get the site plans, you get the permits. I believe you said it's a closed loop system, which is, not an engineer, but it's certainly from a efficiency standpoint. And with evaporated cooling, you actually have more sound as well. So it has the advantage that it also, from a sound perspective. I also know that your DEQ has on record talking about that there's enough water in North Dakota for all this, but on top of that, you use the I know the chief water engineer over there used that radiator analogy where yes, you fill up your radiator with what I call water, and then it's a closed loop system. You every once in a while have to top it up, sure, but it's not the same water usage that you had before. sounds like you guys are all over it. Anyway, thank you for your time, appreciate it, commissioners, and see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something quick?
Sure.
That building permit that you want from Applied Digital, doesn't that have to go through the planning and zoning at the end of this month?
If they submit it.
If they submit it in time.
We take all.
I just wanted to
building permits
be
through
clear
planning
that it would have to be submitted to planning and zoning by the end, or
Whatever the
first.
meeting is.
Okay. Did you hear that, Dave?
Just make a quick comment. I don't know the specifics, but it's not unreasonable to think that they can throttle this out. Our payloaders have the newer ones have very good pitch plates or hydraulic driven, like my skid loader. If you're working it hard, that thing will blow your hat off, but if it's sitting there idling, but we don't get to see the effects. The building is sitting there, so you don't have a relationship to the work it's doing. So I'm just telling you, it's not unreasonable, you know, with the variable speed electric motors and all that, that they're going to be able to apply it to the use or the work that it is doing at the current time.
Right. Well, the day I was there, it was at I think it was 76 degrees out on the way down, and they said at 78 degrees is when the fans actually cut back in power, because at that point then they start using refrigerant, which is more expensive for them, but at that point they use refrigerant because they had to keep their computers between, I'm not sure exact numbers, but like 65 to 76 degrees in that range. And you can't send that cooling water to the roof when it's 100 degrees outside and expect it's going to come back in the building at 76. I mean,
yeah, you'd have to have a heat exchanger in the throttle.
Yeah, so at that point, they use refrigerant to cool it instead of the fans. So the day I was there was probably the highest.
Specifics. I'm just saying it's not unreasonable to make the assumption that they could throttle those. And just like you run your water pump out on your pickup, I mean, at least I did as a kid, the water pump goes out and you shut it off and you wait till it cools down. And then rather than walking 10 miles, you let it cool down and you can start it up and you can drive it 2 miles down the road or whatever. And you gotta shut it down and sit there for half an hour again.
But
it is completely within a range.
But I don't think they'll be turning this on and off.
No, they actually can't, but one of the things you can also take some solace from, when they do the noise modeling, these facilities,
What?
depending on the facilities, depending on the manufacturer.
No, we went through that
That's
earlier.
one that they talked about.
Yeah, that's done.
When they do the modeling, the modelers have to do it as if it's 100% load every day, all day long, all year long. So they don't tend to run up to the efficiency load that like 100% max on these vans, on the coolers and everything else. Tend to be about 70% is kind of where they max out. They can get up to higher on really hot days, but at the end of the day, their noise modelers are going to have to do it as if it's 100% every day. So that's where we get confidence in overestimating. We're probably going to hear when we're in the department.
And if we run into issues with the noise, we have the option to put in sound barriers, correct?
Well, and Commissioner, it's even more, why they have to design them so well is because it costs tens and tens of millions, if not $100 million to go back and correct an issue once it's built. So that's where they're going to redesign their engineering probably a couple times over with the noise folks. This is just at least my experience working on other hyperscale data centers or large scale data centers is that they have to get it right, because if they don't, we have seen other large facilities like this have to go back and spend tens of millions. One of the problems with you can't just put a sound barrier up around the facility because you'd have to put it higher than the warehouse itself. So you'd be building a massive wall along the warehouse. Where you do with sound barriers around the substation and around things like the batteries and that. So they really do have to get it right in their engineering first, or it's going to cost them a significant amount of money. Because you're right, like if you have a sound limit, you have to stick to it. They don't have a choice. Then you have to grab the hammer again.
Old school.
Thank you.
Is there anything else to come before the commission? If not, we're adjourned.